Board of Directors. Call to order the meeting of the Elton Butte Irrigation District Board of Directors for Wednesday, March 13th, 2024. Before we begin, I want to note to the board and those in attendance, I'm very distracted today, and I apologize for that. I'll do my best to carry out this meeting. We also have, we've got many members of our staff and our board that are working through some difficult moments at home. And so in remembering that, and also remembering Slim Whitlock, the Mayor Hatch, who recently passed away suddenly, and Pat O'Toole, the Family Farm Alliance president, who also recently passed away suddenly, I would ask us to just please stand for a moment prior to giving the thanks. Thank you very much. And Mr. Esslinger, would you please lead us to today's invocation?
Father God, we just thank you for this opportunity to come together as a board, Father God, with farmers and guests, Father God. And Lord, we just ask that you give these farmers and these board members wisdom and understanding, Father God, of the things that they have to prepare to do for this year's irrigation season, Father God. Get them ready. Prepare these farmers, Father God, prepare their fields. And Father God, we just pray right now that this meeting will go well, Father God. Every decision that is made will be blessed by you, Lord, and we ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Mr. Tharp, would you please lead us to the pledge of allegiance? Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all very much. The introduction again, Madam Secretary. We have many chairs in the floor here. Thank you. Right, start. Yeah, I'm sorry. We'll start with those. No, let's start with those online. If you can please, Madam Secretary.
Okay, Mr. President, we have Brenda Gonzalez, Bobby, David Dubois, Genevieve Allen, Dr. King, and Rebecca Clark.
Thank you very much. And starting on my left, President.
J.R. Hennessy, District 4 OSC.
Karen Byron, EBID.
James Rice again.
Mike Riley, OSC. Ryan Serrano, Interstate Stream Commission.
Jerry Melendez, Reclamation. Jerry Shikadan, Spot Right. Juan Caballero, EBID.
To be on protocol, so it's next.
Frank Sullivan.
I'll be assigned to one associates.
AJ Carson, EBID.
Alex Rubio, EBID. Jesus Morales, EBID.
So great.
John Diamond. Anthony Cohen, Mexico Department of Agriculture.
Max Nichols, NMDA.
Steve Hernandez, Council for Carlsbad Irrigation District.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the March meeting of Elton Butte Irrigation District Board of Directors. We appreciate your attendance. That brings us to our next item on the agenda, which is the approval of board minutes. We have the minutes from our February 14th regular board meeting and our February 20th special board meeting. I open it to the board for any corrections or additions which needs to be made to the minutes.
President, I did notice one small correction.
Please, Mr. Clayton.
On February 14th minutes, it calls the attorney for City of Las Cruces, Kyle Owen. His name's Kyle Arend, A-R-E-N-D.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that correction. Other corrections or additions to the minutes? Hearing none, I will accept a motion to approve both the February 14th and the February 20th minutes.
Move to accept.
I have a motion from Mr. Ludwig, I believe it was, to accept the minutes. Seconded by Mr. Gerard, accept the minutes of February 14th and February 20th. Any further discussion? Hearing none, discussion is closed. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Being the president, the ayes have it, and the motion carries. Brings us to calendar of events, Mr. Esslinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next week will be a busy week for a few of us. We'll have a travel day on March 18th. Headed to Washington DC. There'll probably be, we've scheduled some agency visits on the 19th. In Washington DC, and then we will be attending the United States Supreme Court hearing in Texas v. New Mexico on the 20th. And then we'll be traveling home on the 21st. On that trip will be, Raphael, Randy Goodeye, Samantha, and myself. And that is it for March. We turn to April. We start out with a pretty busy April, early April. On the 8th of April, we will have a travel day to the National Water Resource Policy Conference in Washington DC. We will have field visits on the 9th, the 10th, the 11th, as well as attending the conference. And we'll be traveling back on the afternoon of I believe it's on the 12th. At that same time, there is a Law of the Rio Grande conference in Santa Fe. And later on in the agenda, we have the travel arrangements for Greg to attend that. He's presenting up there on a panel. With that said, Mr. President, we need to reschedule the April board meeting due to the fact that we'll be in Washington on the 10th.
Thank you very much. Any other items on the calendar prior to taking action on the
Okay,
board meeting?
I will continue. We have scheduled with the Bureau of Reclamation a meeting with the entire board at the Elephant Butte Dam Conference room in Pier C. And that will be, we'll need to be up there by 9:15, so we'll have travel arrangements to be there at the dam site that morning. And we'll attend that meeting that day and then travel back home that afternoon. On the 25th and 26th is a Rio Grande Compact meeting. It's going to be held in El Paso downtown at the Plaza Hotel. And we will have further arrangements for those people attending and a special announcement of board gathering for that Rio Grande Compact meeting. And with that, Mr. Chairman, that is, or Mr. President, that's the calendar events for April.
Thank you very much. So,
May I add something for NWRA? Right now, all we have is PT as a board member attending. Ideally, we would like one more board member, so if anybody else can attend, please let me know by today, ideally, so we can get those booked.
we will bring that up in discussion, not right at the moment, but we'll bring that up in discussion about getting somebody else who's able to attend the April trip to Washington DC. Thank you very much, Matt. All right, so that brings us to rescheduling the April board meeting. I have discussed this with Mr. Esslinger on what would work best for staff for both preparation of the board meeting as well as the accomplishments of irrigation season start tasks. His request was to move it back a week to the 17th of April. I concur that that is a better date than moving it forward to the 3rd of April. I open it to discussion of the board. Hearing no other suggestion, I'll accept the motion to change the April board meeting to the 17th of April.
Motion so made.
I have a motion for Mr. Platel, seconded by Mr. Colquitt to change the April board meeting to April 17th. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion is closed. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing the chair, the ayes have it. The motion carries. The April board meeting is April 17th. Those in attendance, anyone that you know that might be interested in attending the April board meeting, you pass along the word that we've moved it back a week. I believe that was, we've got travel, April travel later in the agenda. Is that correct, Mr. Esslinger?
We have
Your travel,
Yes.
didn't remember seeing what else, okay.
Yeah, it's for your travel, but we can discuss,
Then we can adjust it, address it at the appropriate time on the agenda.
okay.
All right, given that, we are to water resources. Good morning, Dr. King.
Give me just a minute to get organized here.
Oh, yeah, but darn sure that the third day. But it's now around.
Okay, is my screen sharing?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
Oh, let's see.
all right. Hold on. One of the problems when you have lots of huge monitors is you get too much stuff spread out all over them. Okay. This, by the way, is a view from the San Luis Valley back in February, and it captures things nicely. You see a bit of water in the river, but not much on those mountains. As you're aware, we started the initial Caballo release at 8 a.m. on March 8th. It was initial, as we usually do, it's an initial release of 500 CFS for a couple of hours, and then we boosted up. In this case, our boosted flow was up to 2,200 CFS. Then on Monday, we basically hit the river. It's just like with an irrigation where you have a high initial inflow, then you fill the furrow or the basin. In this case, fill the river. You start to throttle it back as you fill the channel storage and the infiltration rate of the bed starts to slow down. So on Monday, we had a 100 CFS cut. On Tuesday, yesterday, we had a 150 CFS cut. And the reason, one of the reasons we went 150 yesterday is because we're actually doing better in terms of losses this year than we did last year. Last year, we had a later start, so we had the river was drier, the groundwater level was a little lower. This year, with the early start, we're actually benefiting from it with lower losses than we've had last year. We hit the Leesburg cable on the morning of March 9th, Mesilla cable in the evening of March 9th, then Canutillo Bridge in the wee hours on the 11th. And finally, we hit American Dam at 3 o'clock on the 11th.
Dr. King, this is Greg. I didn't quite understand what you were saying about the improvement in bed conductance and the conveyance loss being less. What's going on?
Well, basically the river was wetter to start out with this year than it was last year. If let's say we delayed, what did we release last year? March or May 8th or so?
Yeah.
What that means is you've got the accrued effects of both the river just drying out between March and May, but also the effects of pumping that occurs in that period. So your groundwater and the river surface itself are in better condition when we started this year relative to last year. I hope that's coherent.
That is. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Well, this is as of midnight yesterday. What we had 484 in Elephant Butte, 42,500 call it in Caballo for a total of about 527,000. There are about 7,000 acre feet of San Juan Chama water, which is not available for release. So usable project storage in terms of what could physically or could legally be released would be 520,000. Not releasable, this is something that we've had quite a bit of discussion over the last few days on, is about 20,000 acre feet. And what that is 10,000 acre feet storage. Think of that as a reserve pool in Elephant Butte, and 12,000 in Caballo, plus 5,000 for estimated evaporation between now and the end of the season. But that 7,000 acre feet of San Juan Chama water fills part of the storage requirement. So what we've already released 15,000. So our seasonal supply would be that usable storage minus the 20,000 not releasable, plus the 16,000 we've already released, which leaves us with a seasonal supply of about 515,000 acre feet. This is a significant number because, or one aspect of the significance of this number is that if that reaches something in the neighborhood of 600,000 acre feet, that's sort of a de facto trigger for Mexico's allocation going to 60,000 acre feet. So you see, we're 85,000 acre feet away. I don't know that we will make it. And I'll talk about that with what it looks like is happening on the river. We do still have water coming in. I haven't looked at it yet this morning, but as of, let's see, I think I had data through the 11th. We were getting in still about 1,000 acre feet per day, but I do not expect that to last. I expect that to finish rather abruptly. In fact, we may even be seeing the end starting already. And you can sort of see it here. What these are, the river stations going from Cerro up near the Colorado state line. Embudo is just above the confluence with Rio Chama. Otoe is just below. So the difference between Embudo and Otoe is basically Rio Chama. Then that is re-regulated through Cochiti, and it is intended to be a pass-through. So you see the current flow, which is the light blue. Otoe and Cochiti are very similar. They're basically whatever flows past Otoe is also flowing past Cochiti. You then have MRGCD diversions going on, so things stop. In fact, we see a drop in the hydrograph at Bernardo. This is a snapshot, but the hydrograph is also declining at Bernardo. It hasn't really hit San Marcial yet, but it probably will if it hasn't already today. MRGCD is diverting 320 CFS. I put a little asterisk there because that doesn't include their Socorro division, which the Santa Casia diversion shows 0 in the calculation of this number, but there's actually about 90 CFS in their Socorro main canal because it's fed basically by a riverside drain from upstream. So you could add another 80 or 90 to that. The Albuquerque Bernalillo Water Utility Authority is diverting 73 CFS, and their return is 43 CFS, and that was as of yesterday, the 12th. And please stop me if you have any questions on this. Looking at the precipitation upstream, this again, there's a couple of different divisions of the watershed that we're going to compare here, but what you see is the upper Rio Grande is basically everything upstream of that confluence with Rio Chama. They are below average there. Rio Chama is slightly below average. Sangre de Cristo below average. The Jemez is a little bit above average, which is great, except that once again, it's not very much water. The big water would be the upper Rio Grande, and that's one of the lower basins. And we can really see that, and that is both in snow water equivalent, which is the moisture content of the snow on the ground, and in the total precipitation, which is snowfall, rainfall, whatever, not cumulative. But looking at the basin, and if I don't know if you're familiar with it, but this is the Rio Grande Basin up in Rio Grande Basin up in Colorado, the Rio Grande Basin up in northern New Mexico that is above Otoe gauge, then Otoe to Elephant Butte, then below Elephant Butte. And you see there's that similar sort of a number in the Rio Grande headwaters. And this is a ensemble of all of the gauges surrounding the San Luis Valley up there. And you see that we are below median. We're below the median for each day, but also the daily, the peak median for the year is the green dot you see up here. And you see we're quite well below that peak. So we're bouncing along here. 83% of the daily median, but much well below the seasonal median in the headwaters. This is unfortunate because this is where I don't know if you can read I hope you can read the axes, but you've got a lot more depth of snow, but a lot more area of snow in the upper basin here too. So if you had one that would be the highest, that would be the one you would want. And in fact, it's the lowest. The upper is about median on a daily basis, but well below the peak median for the year. The Elephant Butte Reach, which is again between Otoe and Elephant Butte, actually exceeded the seasonal peak, but it just isn't very much area of snow or much depth of snow. So it's a nice looking snow hydrograph, but it just isn't very much water. And that's even more pronouncedly so for the Caballo Reach, where you see it's basically done. We can see the beginning of the snow melt starting in the Elephant Butte Reach. Caballo is basically done with a few flurries of snow coming in. The reason it shows 400% of average is probably because there's 2 snowflakes sitting on a snow tail gauge, and the median for this time of year is very close to 0. So these can be sort of deceptive. What you want to see is big snow up here, which is what we're not seeing. Care a lot less about what's happening down here in terms of runoff. In terms of the near-term forecast, this is the 8 to 14-day precipitation outlook. Glad to see that it looks this would be a forecast for the period March 20th through the 28th. It is above average in precipitation, which is great. It is also not terribly, it's near normal in terms of temperature. So that's a good sign for getting at least more efficient runoff than we have been most recent years. The longer term forecasts were nearly a month old, so I did not include them because they lose validity fairly quickly, and they haven't been updated yet this month. This one was actually updated just yesterday, so it's a fresh one. The drought monitor, not a whole lot going on here. You see sort of a middling drought conditions throughout New Mexico, with a few hot spots in the southeast and southwest corners. We've got some extreme drought in the up in the Colorado section. That's exactly where the big water lives. So that's unfortunate to see there. This is from February 6th, and this is from March 5th. So you see a slight improvement from last month to this month in the drought monitor, but still the very southern part of the state in that extreme to exceptional drought. Little bit of improvement in the upper section, and we'll see that in the monthly runoff forecasts. They did improve from last month, for what it's worth. This is from the beginning of the month, the seasonal drought outlook. It actually got a bit worse in that some of in the previous month, there was forecast to be some improvement. But in this case, we're seeing that the drought conditions that we just saw in the monitor are likely to persist through the season. And so the temperature anomalies in the equatorial Pacific continue to evolve and cool. The conditions that you see here read exactly as they did last month, even the probabilities. We are still looking at slightly better than average chance of La Nina developing roughly at the onset of our monsoon season. So the continuing cools, you see, the cooling trend is continuing. You see, particularly in the Eastern Pacific, where it matters the most to us. And so that is going to be leading to some of the caution you'll see remaining in the forecasts. So while this is a slight improvement over last month, we are still looking at a 50% chance of getting 60% or more of average of median flow at Otoe gauge, and a 34% chance, sorry, a 50% chance of getting about a third of median runoff at San Marcial. So you see that near average, at least in the lower three basins, the snow there looks pretty promising, but the decreasing efficiency of runoff that we're seeing over the years, and particularly that poor conditions in the headwaters of the Rio Grande, lead to a pretty poor forecast still. 60% at Otoe and 34% at San Marcial. Basically what this is saying is don't expect a lot of relief from the snowmelt runoff. When we see numbers like this, we see basically the actual spring runoff into Elephant Butte Reservoir is pretty well dead. If we do get snowmelt to bring to add to our allotment later in the season, expect it late and expect it won't be very much. We did do an allocation based on the March 1st conditions. This had been approved by the two districts and reclamation, so this one is official. These numbers, you'll see the storage is slightly lower than it was in the first current condition slide, because that was based on March 11th. This is based on March 1st conditions. So what we've got is 508,000 in Elephant Butte and in seasonal supply. That is taking out the reserved water and the San Juan Chama water. That leaves Mexico with an allocation of about 36,000. Of this 508,000, about 210,000 is current year's allocation water. That's what we have apart from prior year's carryover that is already allocated to the two districts. We've got 210,000 left, which is still very low on the D2 curve. El Paso number 1 has carryover of 176,000. Their current year's allocation is about 64,000. So they have a total of about 240,000. EBID has about 83,000 of carryover, and we went through that last month. Our current year's allocation is 83,000, so we're at about 166. Notice that this is 50, it looks like 5743. It's very, very close to 50, the 5743, but we are actually just barely on D2 for allocation to El Paso number 1 of this year's water. But that's probably not important. So we've got a total of 166,000. If we spread that out over 90,640 acres with a 55% conveyance, you're looking at a 12-inch potential allotment to our farmers at this point, which is, I believe, what we had indicated at last month's meeting. So in conclusion, we're seeing lower losses. That's a good thing. it improves the diversion ratio, which improves the end of year allotment to EBID. Our snowpack is below average where it counts most, which is that headwaters area. We're looking at the current inflow to Elephant Butte at 1,000 acre feet per day when I put this together, but I expect that to drop precipitously. MRGCD did come on March. Let's see, actually they came on in late April. Well, at any rate, they came on to charge up their system. And at this point, I expect them to kick in with their full diversions and start making deliveries to farms. In which case you're going to see that inflow to Elephant Butte plummet in a very few days. So the 1,000 acre feet per day is not going to hold up. What we've got is a current allocation that will support a 12-inch allotment. James and I have kicked this around, and I will leave it to James to make his recommendation to you, but my recommendation at this point would be for a 12-inch initial allotment. Again, the runoff is likely to come in too late and too weak to support a large increase. I don't see us making 2 feet or even 1.5 feet, but we may get enough inflow to make it to 14 inches. Hopefully it will get here in time that we can actually do that, because 14 inches is, it's noticeably better for our system than 12 inches. But don't count on it. And with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. King. Open it to questions from the board.
Could he go back one slide?
Dr. King, would you go back a slide?
He said 83,277. Dr. King, could you repeat that? You said EBID carryover 83,277. You were saying we went through that last month. Is that what you said?
Believe we did.
Okay, will you kind of elaborate? What do you mean you went through that last month?
Hang on
If I
just
can
a sec.
clarify, we discussed it.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, there was confusion about us consuming that water. That was not what he meant when he said we went through it. We discussed it.
Yeah. Oh, my apologies. Yeah, I threw that out there in last month's presentation.
Okay.
My apologies. No, we haven't gone through that yet. We haven't even come on yet.
Thank you.
Greg, you use a lot of water. Oh, about now, come on.
No comment. All right, we have on our agenda discussion of the allocation and the allotment further in the agenda, but if there are questions regarding Dr. King's presentation. It's a good opportunity for it. I'm not hearing any. Thank you very much, Dr. King. Do you want to move straight into our allotment discussion, Dr. King, or do we need a presentation?
I think
First.
I think it would be best to have James give his talk about what the season will look like before we take action, before you take action.
Thank you very much. Mr. Narvaez, if you would please help us to understand allocatable water and your abilities.
Currently, based off what we discussed just right now with Dr. King's presentation and what we did last board meeting, we thought we were going to get to the 12 inches and just pretty much solidifies 12 inches. So 12-inch is what I'm thinking we're going to be banking on, that we could bank on. Actually, it's what's in the reservoir right now and what we should go forward with planning on. So for me, my recommendation is to stay with the 12 inches. I know Dr. King mentioned 14 inches potentially, but I don't think we're in the same position as last year where snowpack was a lot better. Right now we see snowpack is lower. So at this point, I would just recommend with the 12 inches, and that may be pretty much it, unless we get some good numbers down the line. But that being said, if 12 inches is what we're looking at, my presentation for today is just to basically give you an idea of when, if the board decides to start, what we're looking at as far as the length of time in irrigation season. I went briefly with this spreadsheet last board meeting, but we really didn't get into it too much. And I've highlighted
Before you discuss it, would you share it, please?
Yes,
Thank
sir. Just. Do that. So what this is here is I've highlighted the 12-inch irrigation allotment for EBID constituents is kind of what that looks like as far as length of time. Currently, with the way we've been operating and depending on when we start, we're looking at approximately about 78 days irrigation season. Of course, this just breaks down the details, how many weeks, months, etc. But we're looking at about 78 days, and that's a pretty good estimate. We should be able to maintain the number there that we're presenting. And what we've done here, just some start dates that have been tossed around historically. We've mostly been in this area, which is the May 1st, May 15th, June area. This is kind of where we've been operating on the last few years. Again, last year, we were at a comfortable 14 inches during this time. So we actually had a different start date last year for the north, which was May 1st. And going in on this year, we're looking at, well, depends what the board decides to do right now, but right now at 12 inches, we're looking at these dates here, what we've done historically.
Can you, I missed that question for me, please?
So I'll put that up for discussion for the board and see how we want to approach the beginning of the season.
Thank you. I've got some comments, but I'd like to open it up to the board for questions first.
Yes, sir.
Mr. President, Mr. Narvaez, can you add one more set of rows where we would begin on June the 15th?
June the 15th? Sure, I could do that. I think it's already. Let's just say we do it here. Oops, 5/15. It'd be August 31st, would be more or less what it would be. Okay,
And Rafa, that's with the perfect year without any raining going on.
Sure.
You know, we've talked about it several times. It's hard to get past 4 inches a month, but you can. If everything's a perfect world, you can get it done in 78 days, but I've been on this board for a long time. I've seen it happen once. Kind of think along those lines. I want to say something, Greg.
Please, Mr. Lack.
In the past, when we've had more water, what dictated the release? I mean, we can look at all these numbers, but once we got, 1,800 acres of borders in, that's when is that still the law of the land? I want to ask how that works.
Sure, during,
Or is that just during normal? I don't know what you call it.
so when we have very early releases, we don't want to charge the system and have no one take the water. So we want to ensure that there's sufficient amount of acreage ready to be irrigated before we start releasing and diverting. When we have short seasons like we do this year, the board sets the date and we hard charge those dates. It is more important to have rigid dates. Well, we have long maintenance seasons and we're trying to get large projects done. The ability to spin up just because we have 1,800 acres ready to go does not match our ability to complete projects and get out of the system.
I'm asking if it's policy or if it's, you see what I mean? It's not policy on making it, because I've heard that from farmers. I didn't know if that's true or not. So
Mr. Esslinger, I'm not aware of that written in policy, are you?
I'm not aware of it written. I think it was just based upon, again, what President Greg said, is the amount of water that's in storage determines how many orders we place before we make a release.
I give them that answer, but I didn't want to be wrong.
typically, if I can jump in there, it's just been a rule of thumb. And it's primarily based off of the amount of water available. If we know we're gonna have a decent season, then we'll throw it out there and try to get demand to start up the season. And in this case, we'd stick with a rigid date just to say we're gonna come on and go off.
And we've been doing that, but again, back to the questions I've been asked, I didn't have a good answer, so I wanted to be able to answer that right.
So
Thank you.
it has been my understanding that if we have more water than we are capable of releasing and diverting over a season, the question is, when do we start? And we start when there's enough demand to run it through the system. We've not seen that in over a decade. I'm not sure if we even saw it in whatever it was, 2009 or 2010, the last year we had it.
Start to get towards the end and people have already, or farmers have already made plans ahead of time based off of a lower allotment because the runoffs have been late lately. So really we get towards the end, it's just carryover.
And Greg, one more thing and I'll shut up. The reason why this is a push, everybody sees the water going by, okay? So just understand that's different. We never had that either. So there's a lot of things that we haven't seen before.
It has been a while since we've seen the water running for an extended period of time in the river prior to it coming on. That said, that is a condition we are in again this year. Thank you, Mr. Lack. Other questions along those lines? Mr. Sloan?
I would like to get through the month of August, so the June 15th. How you have that one brought by all? Last year's August was brutal. I'd like to get through the month of August.
So that's an excellent comment, Mr. Sloan. We have a discussion on trying to get through the month of August. Other comments? So
He's
the,
got a comment.
oh, Mr. Ludwig.
Yes. If I remember correctly, didn't last year we start up in Hatch earlier? Down south?
My recollection last year, we started about May 15th for the entire system and 2 weeks before that for Hatch.
Correct. May 1st in Hatch and May 15th. So,
The end dates would be the same.
no, they were staggered. They're the same 2 weeks. Hatch finished 2 weeks ahead of the southern.
Without getting too far into the weeds in it, Mr. Narvaez creates an allocation budget for every diversion point in the system. So for every diversion area would be a better way to put it. And so the array system has an amount, a portion of the allocation that they have. If they run through it quickly, they may have a shorter total season than another part of the district. If they run through it slowly, they may have a longer season than the rest of the system. They do not get more water or less water based on the number of days that they're diverted.
For instance, just mentioning Hatch or the array, I was gonna say Hatch. At some point, we'll say Hatch, Rincon, Array, the whole north area. For instance, at a 12-inch, the balance I run with them and the budget I work with is 33,000 acre feet is what's assigned to the water righted acres of 18,000 acres up in the northern area. Based off of that number and historic use and historic demand, we more or less have kind of tagged out what they use and how long it will take. In general, the district uses the same amount of time to irrigate. It's gonna be the same amount because of the 4-inch delivering the amount of water that we can as a district, the, max capacities in canals, those kind of things. So generally, there's not any more time than now. There's just when you start and where it shifts one way or the other. So if the north were to start earlier, of course, it'd be, and the south would start later, it'd be the same difference between the two. And that's just how it works. The demand has rarely been where they can extend it out. Now, I would say that north sometimes gets the benefit of monsoon and a lot more rains they hit up there than they do down here. So that sometimes changes the deal. Of course, monsoon can change also for the southern area and may extend seasons longer. We may get a southern rain that just knocks out the whole west side for a week or two, which then extends it for a week or two. So there's so many things that go in there, but in general, this has been the plan and this has kind of been our projection, and we've pretty much nailed it with a few exceptions of timing wise anyway.
Mr. Chairman, if I could chime in.
Dr. King, please.
One thing, last year we released from Caballo just for the array diversion. So that we had that couple of weeks there when water was releasing from Caballo, hitting Percha Dam, and the whole river was going into the array canal. This is a lot easier since there was already water in the river. Whenever you want to bring Hatch on, you just put in an order for 200 CFS, say, at Caballo Dam, and couple hours later, go pick it up at Percha Dam. It's, because it's already there, it's very, very easy to run them as a separate system this year.
That's great.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. King.
One
Mr.
of
Light.
there's been a lot of discussion, Henry, through the years about when to come on, and at one time, the board was very unanimous for legal reasons and stuff, everybody had to come on at the same time. The reason Hatch was able, with Dr. King's and Dr. Fox's hydrology, models and things, we found out that we could come on and have it 8 weeks sooner than we could down here and not hurt anybody's water. One thing we don't want to do as a group is hurt each other, ever. As it come on 2 weeks earlier, it was very easy for us to do that without costing anybody else any loss in the river. Now, this year we have water already there, so that's an issue that's a little different. The second thing is what we did, because there's a lot of, even Randy, here's my other coat, he would like it a little later than most of us. We would like to have a little early in the hatch, the ones who do drip, the ones who do hay, the ones who do onions in the spring, because we get some good fresh water. We don't have the quality of water that y'all have down here in Cruces. We're kind of like y'all are down south. We got water, but it's pretty brackish. So we really need canal water to give them onions some size right on the end. So we've been pushing pretty hard. And what we did, we sent her, y'all all got one as you up to the hatch. We sent out a letter that said, how many farmers would like to have it a little early and how many later? And then we put a side note on there. What is your acreage? And what we found out that we didn't know is that it may not be nearly as many farmers, but it was a lot more acres that needed the water sooner. So with that being said, there was a push from the Hatch community to get it a little earlier to help on those 2 units. Now, that doesn't mean it's gonna happen. I'm saying that's how that evolved and that's how that came about. So you need to kind of, being a new board, understand why that happened. And again, it's water quality. And it's also a time where I know a lot of people want their water later. You grow cotton, you grow corn, you want it later. If you grow onions and lettuce in the spring and you grow alfalfa hay, the sooner you can get that water in that ground, the quicker that recharge happens, the better your pumps respond to good water. Because even though you're not getting it out of the canal, you're getting that fresh water from the recharge. That's a lot better water than if you just keep pumping it straight out of an aquifer that's salted up. So that was a push, and I want y'all to know that.
Thank you, Mr. Light.
Question. When was that letter sent out? What year was that letter sent out? The survey?
I think it's 3 or 4 years ago.
My recollection, it was prior to COVID.
It is a survey, Mr. President, and I believe we sent it out 2018.
Thank you.
Because 2017, we had a big uprising, lots of anger. And so 2018, before the decision was made, we told farmers.
Thank you.
And it was a survey.
Yes. Mr. Copeland.
Right now, EBID is incurring the loss or the carriage loss, right?
So this is an accounting issue.
Sure.
So currently, in the accounting, EP1 is being charged for the amount of water that they are diverting at American Dam and a few other places, but essentially what gets to American Dam. So if there are carriage losses between Caballo and American Dam,
El Paso, essentially.
then EBID is incurring those accounting losses against our allocation. And Dr. King, I do believe that that is already taken into consideration in the allocation and the estimated diversion ratio. Is that accurate?
Yes. It is typical, both during the D2 period and during during the operating agreement period, that the initial release is on diversion accounting. There were 1 or 2 exceptions to it, but by and large, the vast majority of the time, well, all of D2 period and most of the current period, the vast majority of the current period, we're on release account or diversion accounting for the initial release.
Ms. Copeland.
So as soon as New Mexico or EBID comes online, then we split that carriage loss, right?
That's incorrect. So
Okay.
the accounting for it is done through what Dr. King referred to as diversion accounting,
Okay.
which is how EP1 is charged for the amount of water they receive against their allocation. So during the amount of time that EBID has releasable allocation in the reservoir, We are on diversion accounting. For the operating agreement, once we are out, we've run out of releasable allocation, then we change to release accounting, which effectively shifts the accounting of those losses against EP1's allocation. Is that a reasonable description, Dr. King?
Yes, and I would, encourage the board to think about when the water has the most utility. There are these accounting considerations, basically the sooner we finish up, the sooner we go on release accounting. But at the tail end of the season, the difference between release accounting and diversion accounting is smaller than it is at the beginning of the season. Than it would be at the beginning of the season. Just because, you've got all those initial startup losses that are built into the system. So I would stress focusing on when the water has the greatest utility.
I know Mr. Ludwig has a question, but Mr. Colquitt, did you have anything further you'd like to follow up?
No, I'm all right.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ludwig.
Yes, is Mexico going on early with Paso?
Dr. King, the question is
Yes.
Mexico coming on at the same time El Paso is?
Yes.
They do this year.
Yes, well, let's see,
They start tomorrow or today. They're gonna be diverting today, actually.
they're on today, I think. And the west side is going on today too?
The west side went on yesterday.
Went on yesterday, okay. Oh, that's right. And so that cut is catching up with the cut from the reservoir, yeah.
That is an important clarification. There's a provision in the operating agreement for single district operations, which means if EP1 is on without Mexico, then they're on release accounting, regardless of whether or not EBID still has releasable allocation. That is not the case.
And I just looking at it, the fact that they came on so early, I suspect Mexico is thinking they might get up to 60K for their allocation. And, last year they had unused water. I guess they want to make sure they get through it this year.
I concur with Dr. King's assessment. Other questions? Mr. Colquitt.
In terms of accounting, when is it most advantageous to the district to start? All together or staggered?
So if you are looking at it in isolation,
What's that mean?
so meaning that we don't care about the utility of the water. We don't care if anyone can actually use the water or if they maximize the benefit to their agricultural operations.
Okay.
Just looking at accounting, we maximize the accounting benefits to our district by coming on as soon as EP1 comes on and running the system as rapidly as possible, and being done as quickly as possible. That does not, specifically in this year, if we were to start putting water in the canals tomorrow at the full capacity of the system, there's not enough demand to put that water to beneficial use at the rate that we're putting it into the canals. So that's where Dr. King is suggesting that we focus on the utility to our members as opposed to maximizing the accounting benefits to the district.
So what's that mean? Is he suggesting we all come on together or staggered?
So it is about running out of allocation for the district. So the part that matters is who is at what point do we run out of allocation? If we were to bring on the array system today, and they were to be out of water, say by June 1st, and the rest of the system doesn't even come on until June 15th, it's the rest of the system that matters for the accounting, to be compliant with the operating agreement. So it's the last diversion that matters for the accounting benefits to the district. Did I answer your question, Mr. Colquitt?
Greg, let me.
Thank you. Mr. Lack.
Let me take a shot at something here without PK. PK, the thing of it is, what's most efficient isn't always what's most valuable, okay? Now, I understand that's a good question, because we want to do things right. But up there in the hatch area, like I just explained, we need the water a little sooner than down here for several reasons. Here's another thing that happens to us. Say we release it, like Mr. Sloan said, on the 15th of June. We've already pumped all our water. Now we can't even use our canal water because we're out of water. We've done our FDRs over the top. So it's really important to be able to use your water in the best and most effective way to produce the crop that we're trying to do. You know, we run into salts, and we run into heat, we run into issues where we need good water to mix with our, we can pump it one day, but we really need to put that good canal water on there to get that plant started. When a plant's little, it needs a lot less salt than when it's big. It tolerate it better later. It sure can't tolerate it better early. You got that cold, you got that salt, it just kills the living piss out of that stuff when it's little. So we really need that good water earlier than y'all would down here, maybe not. I don't know what your backyard is down there, but it's so important to be able to use your water, as he said, in utility of the best use and the most value. I mean, it's okay for us all to talk about warm and fuzzy things to do it all together and make it right, but what fits Hatch doesn't always fit the middle or the south end of the valley. So what we've been doing in the past is trying to make that water slide into the slots that are useful and best used at the time. And that's why we have a different release. And that's been going on for several years. Don't mean it can happen, you know, you vote it out all you want, but I'm just saying it helps us to get good water on them crops early, to get the plants going good, and also not to run into our pumping. We only pump so much water. If we pumped it out on salt, we got canal water, we can't even use the darn thing, and there's our best water. So there you go.
Mr. Oh, go ahead, James.
Mr. Vice first.
Just jump in with that, just this season being the way it is now, just because El Paso started sooner. The ability to start up a hatch, for an example, is not, or start here sooner, different, or staggered, whichever way. It's not a big deal because there's water in the river now. Historically, it's been EBID working with Texas, and we all want to come on together for that one initial release. But being that they're already started, hasn't been like this in a while. So we're in a unique situation where you can stagger, and you can still budget. Everybody still gets the same amount of water, so forth, however it fits the schedule. It's not the same as where we need to start up the whole river at the same time. That's the biggest difference this year. We're in discussion for. Last year was the same way. We were all gonna have to start the same day with the South being Mexico and Texas, etc. Hatch being up there at the top end, they could start sooner because it's right there at Percha. No effect to the river down the way. So that's why it was staggered that way. But that's really where we're at this year.
That's an excellent point and a good clarification. There is accounting discussions we're having. There's actual river efficiency, which is important to consider. In this year, the actual river efficiency is going to be what it is because it's running. Yeah. So we can bring on any diversion point at any time, and it doesn't impact river efficiency to do so. Dr. King.
Yeah, one way to look at this that might be useful is if your concern is when we go on release accounting, we go on release accounting when we're finished. So we will not go on release accounting until the Mesilla Valley is finished, because that's still us. If we go on until the Mesilla Valley is finished, if Hatch finished a week ago or at the same time or a month before, it doesn't make any difference. We go on release accounting in that case when the Mesilla Valley finishes. So it doesn't matter what Hatch did. You're talking about river efficiency. Since we are on diversion accounting, the diversion ratio will go up when Hatch comes on. And that's for a couple of reasons. First off, when you've got surface water in the system, you got less groundwater pumping. And as Dr. Fox has told you many times, that aquifer up there is really responsive. It interacts very heavily with the river. So you can actually see river effects from groundwater pumping in the Hatch Valley. When they reduce, it will increase the amount of water flowing past Leesburg. If you held the release at the inflow constant. So number one, if we're going to go until the Mesilla Valley shuts off, if Rincon is already done, it has no effect on the date which we go on to release accounting. While we are on diversion accounting, having Hatch on will actually increase the diversion ratio during that earlier part when they're on. When they shut down, they'll switch over to groundwater, and we could see negative impacts on the diversion ratio at that point. But it would only be from the time that they shut off until the time the Mesilla Valley shuts off and we go on release accounting. Once we're on release accounting, actual diversion ratio doesn't matter. I hope that's not too convoluted again.
You're good. So I will mention, you're gonna feel more comfortable with this the more times you hear it. Mr. Ludwig, I'm not sure if I got your question addressed or not.
Yes.
I did, okay. Other questions? So my comments on this, that there is a balance here. There are multiple things to consider. We've discussed accounting impacts that are start date and end date effect. We have discussed utility impact, that the start and end dates for our various diversion areas impacts. This is the most important decision that we make in any given year for the direct impact to our members. I commend the board on taking the time to discuss this and understand it when you're even a little bit uncertain to ask questions. It is very difficult to undo this decision in a month. And so ensuring that you have fully fleshed out questions you have is very important, and I appreciate you doing that. My experience and my opinion on this. For my own operation, which is the piece I understand the best in the district, I am incredibly flexible, and I will take the water when it comes. And I have well-developed irrigation infrastructure to take care of me when there's not surface water. I found that to not be particularly relevant to making a good decision here. I have heard regularly from our members in my area, which is the Mesilla Valley area, that the time they are most interested in water is July and August. That's the time they are most interested in water. That is the time that their groundwater resources have a difficult time keeping up with demand. And the ability to increase supply during those times is important. I've heard from members in the Rincon Ray area. I've heard both sides, where they are also interested in water during the difficult time of demand, and also the importance of getting surface water at the tail end of the winter-spring irrigation period, because of the increased salinity in their aquifer at that time of the year. I heard concerns from members about the differential irrigation seasons. I've tried to drill down on those and understand something that I may be missing, that there's an inequity there. It is my opinion that I have not found an inequity between the various members of our district by having a differential irrigation system, or excuse me, a differential irrigation season from one diversion system to the next. The only exception has been when there's an early season release accounting provision. That happens very rarely, but when it does, then we have to all come on together because of the single district provisions of the operating agreement. But aside from that, when the river's running, I have not seen I have not seen evidence that there is an inequity in folks receiving water based on one system being on while the other is not. The last piece is 60 days. 60 days is the number I've been pounding in terms of decision of this body and the ability of the district to act for delivering water into those systems. We want well-maintained systems. We want improved systems. During my time attending these board meetings, Mr. Esslinger and his team, Mr. Narvaez and his team have increased the capacity of the system by nearly 30% because of improvements in maintenance and improvements in the capacity of the system. That has a profound impact on our members' ability to get delivery of water when they need it. I have experienced that change in delivery at my farm. Going back over a decade ago, when sometimes I would have difficulty getting all of my allotment, no matter how hard I tried, to today, I can generally receive almost 200% of my allotment in the same season period. Small changes in our capacity make dramatic changes in the ability of the system to meet the demand of our members. So I want to give them all of the time that they can possibly have to work those projects and complete them. Meaning I don't want an arbitrary date saying you've got to be out of the system on the 1st of February, whether there's water in it or not. No, I want them using every possible day. That's my opinion. I want them using every day possible to maintain it. It needs 60 days to complete, get out and run water. So with that, I would look to this body. 60 days out is approximately May 15th. If there is any part of the system that we want to be delivering water on May 15th, that decision must be made today. If it is later than that, then we can make a decision at a later board meeting. If we go all the way to April, is pushing it back to June 15th. I open it to the body. What is the will of this board?
Question for Mr. White and also for Mr. Rudd. If I understand y'all's aquifer at all, when there's water on the river, you guys are pumping better water than if there's no water on the river. Is that accurate?
There's probably a, go ahead.
Yes, to a certain extent, yes. Just it's being replenished as we're pulling it out.
Okay, thank you.
John, it helps, but not in all places. And here's the deal. That river that runs down through there, everything on that west side, all the way down, that's good water. You get on the east side, all the way down, it's not as good. Now, I can't explain why, but that's kind of the guiding principle of that Gum Valley. Now, there's places in there that switches back and forth. So although we do get a better charge when we get there, and we're dang sure glad when that happens, it's not accurate to say that
It's not equal to have river water.
oh, not near that, but it's also not equity in the valley. So those pumps that pump salt on that east side will probably do that till you get canal water on it. You're not gonna change that a lot. You see what I'm saying? Where you got, on my farm, you get over there by that old Tanuka Mountain, we don't even use those pumps right now. We have to use the ones over by the river. And that doesn't change all summer long. But there are places out there that as soon as that can, now the pumps will pump more water, it's just still the same brackish, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
You know, I always say it don't make sense to me why, but that's the truth. And you're gonna find that up down that valley that whole way. But, while we're talking about timing, I'd like to see it June 1, but I'm just one guy. And, you know, my brother here in the North Valley, he may not want it till June 15th, but we need it. It's not a matter of want, John. We need that water. We could sure use it in the middle of May if we could get it to with 12 inches. That's not a, if we were getting 14, 15 inches, I might put a stand here, but at 12 inches, June 1 is plenty good for me.
In this valley, the same way, east side water is not near as good as west side.
We all got problems.
That's an excellent way to put it.
Yes.
We've all got problems that we're trying to solve. I'm most familiar with my home. But that said, my job here is to try to understand yours as best as I can and ensure that I'm not making a decision in a silo. Did you have any additional comments, Mr. Chair?
I make a motion that we come on as a district in whole, June 15th.
I have a motion from Mr. Sloan to come on together on June 15th.
When would that end? When would the season end then? June 15th?
Approximately September 1st.
September
Yeah,
1st?
towards the end of August.
I'll second that.
I have a second. All right, before we get to discussion, Mr. Franzo, you had a comment you wanted to make.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, John, I think the best person to answer your question about the aquifer conditions, is actually Dr. Eric Fox. He can explain kind of how that shallow alluvium in that area works. So I would just say we should probably talk to our expert and see what he says.
Well, one thing I'll offer, Mr. President, is that, in keeping with, Director Lapp's points there on the east side, part of what's going on there is you've got some geothermal upwelling. It's not very well understood, particularly well documented, received study, but it is known, to exist. And another confounding, issue is the fact that, as you approach the narrows there, Fort Selden, the shallow alluvium effectively pinches out right there. You have a tendency for accumulation, particularly on that east side. So that combined with some geothermal activity, the Mason greenhouses, for example, they exist where they do for a reason. That is because there indeed is some pretty profound geothermal opportunity right there. Moving further south, as Director Sloan pointed out, yes, I mean, on the east side, there's issues there too. But the probably the most profound consideration in the Rincon system is that it is shallow, it's constrained, narrow. It is underlined by a massive plate, which is probably 2,000 or better feet thick. So there is no deeper aquifer there. You've got the shallow alluvium, and that's it. And that's why it is so responsive to flowing river.
Thank you, Dr. Fox.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Franzoy. All right, I open it to discussion. Let's start with Mr. Lundgren.
Okay, after the explanations that we've gone through today, I don't think, it sounds to me like there's really no effect on. I think that if we're not the northern, just patch right there, if they want to start early, it's a problem, if it helps them, I'm all for it.
Thank you, Mr. Ludwig. Mr. Garai.
Yeah, everybody, I took delivery last week of talking to several farmers from both precincts, and they want to make it through the heat of June and July. It's a must. We're not gonna get it. You know, everybody was, you know, I told them, I showed them that graph from last board meeting, May 15, July 31st. They were good with that, but you know, June, if it has to come on 2 weeks later, I think we can live with that, but we need to have water, to June and July.
So I believe that is concurring with Mr. Ludwig's opinion that the requesting an early release of June 1st. Mr. Glacial.
This is an observation. Remember my dad told me one time that back in the 50s, a group of farmers put the money together and drove through that clay lands. They said they hit seawater. They kept that baby right up quick. So there is water way down there. It's not good. So basically what they got is what they got.
That's correct.
The other comment I like to make is if we decide on a split release date, we cannot have what happened last year, which is guys were coming one day before the water's cut off and hatch and selling the water down here. That ain't gonna work.
Thank you, Mr. Glacial. So that's an item that's not on today's agenda, but one that I have heard for discussion. Given this brought up again, Mr. Esslinger, I'm just asked to put on our April agenda a discussion of district water transfers.
Just to comment, I think if we come on together, that kind of eliminates that.
It does.
That kind of solve that problem.
Thank you. I don't want to overly discuss that issue because it's not agenda, but I appreciate the comment, and it is important that if we are going to take action on that, that we do it in time for members to make plans.
That's assuming that the two districts end together. If the patch ends before we do, that can still happen.
So I'm going to ask you not to go down on that item. We will discuss it today. Mr. Rose.
Mr. President, if I could ask Mr. Garai, August is less of a concern for farmers in Hatch.
Well, we'd like, yes, June and July are our hottest time for the crop that we raise, row crops.
All right, so the motion on the floor is for a single release date of June 15th. But I've heard discussion of wanting to alter that. If you are interested in that, a motion to amend would be appropriate.
I moved to amend it that the Hatch folks get to come on June 1.
All right, so your motion to amend is to have the array diversion to start June 1st, with the other diversions to start June 15th.
I'll second.
With a second from Mr. Uriah. All right, so we're going to discuss just that amendment. Discussion on that amendment.
Mr. President, do I understand this?
Please hold.
He who made the motion has to agree to it.
No,
Okay.
you have to agree to it if we're not going to discuss and vote on the amendment separately. That would be what's usually referred to as a friendly amendment. Technically, there isn't such a thing, but it simplifies the process. I'll just ask real quick. Do you accept that as a friendly amendment, Mr. Sloan?
Not really.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Mr. Copeland.
Gary, what is your opinion on this whole, hell, you've been here a long time. And I mean, that's, you're either gonna upset A or B, but I mean, at some point we gotta do it. Someone's always unhappy.
You know, EBID, that's a good question, and certainly, I try to answer to, what the boards request me to do.
Sure.
And at the same time, I look at what the farmers are asking for and what benefits the entire district. And because of this serious drought that we've had for decades, it's hard, it's very hard to choose which is the best course. But to please the farmers in its entirety, we have managed to do it through a split and allow the farmers in Hatch to get their water a little bit earlier for their benefit, as you've heard the reasons, and allow the farmers below, into the Sea Valley to get it at a different time.
So you're for the staggering.
Yes.
So that would change our run days to 92 days?
No.
It doesn't change the address.
So there are.
Shut off the go.
Whole district would be.
Yeah, he's right.
Yeah.
So, yes, if the question is how long is any part of the district on,
Okay, yeah.
that is extended.
That's right.
I mean, to give a hypothetical example, if we stagger them all one at a time for whatever reason, we'd have a very long amount of time that somebody in the district is taking one. The expectation is barring weather events, I would expect Hatch to have approximately an 80-day run. That's a tip, that has been fairly consistently over the last several years, specifically since the improvements to the tail end of the pump system.
And Greg, since the water's already in the water from Mr. Preston here, it's kind of immaterial this time, but it's already wetted up. You know, the problem is getting that thing riverbed. That's what you do going forward.
That is an excellent point. That is a very valid concern when the issue is how long will the water be in the river? The water will be in the river longer than EBID is in the river, regardless of how we do this. Mr. Resslinger.
One last point I'd like to make too is, we've been basing the separation also on monsoon. Monsoon plays a big part in these drought periods that we've been involved in, and usually the monsoons are July and August, which buys us time. And that helps the Hatch Valley, when they are out of water in August, because they may get the storms in August that would happen that period of time. Last year was a fluke. It was like a monsoon. There was nothing. So I can't even tell you what this year will be, but monsoons play a big part in the short 60-day, 78-day runs. They can really help a lot. And the problem is you've got your irrigation season and fast and furious going, and your canals are full of water, and you have a storm hit, you can lose a lot of water and waste a lot of water if you don't have a way to manage the monsoon to come in on top of your irrigation flow. So again, it's something we've been having to take advantage of when you can over these last 20 years or so.
What's, Mr. President, I have a comment and a question. So we have two scenarios that we're talking about. One is a split release where hatch would start on the 1st of June, and then the Messiah Valley would start on the 15th. The other is where we have both start on the 15th, but what if we have both start on the 1st? Would that be preferable to the board if we started on June the 1st?
Let me say real quick.
That's
That
one.
question is germane to the motion. I'm gonna go with the is, because we are discussing at least part of the district coming on June 1st. So your question about what would occur if the entire district came on June 1st?
Well, the question is, if, it's just something to consider, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Now, if we were to come on, say, June 15th, and we were to have a strong monsoon, and we have water going into September, if we don't use all of our water, can we carry it over?
If we do not,
If we can't release all of our water in time because there's so much monsoon, do we carry it over?
if we do not get all of our allocated water out of the reservoir, the balance will be carried over. To further complicate that, if there are, we are not going to be allotting additional water in August. I don't get to make that decision on my own, you all do. But let me state clearly my opinion. We are not going to be allotting water in August. So given that, if there are large monsoon inflows into the reservoir, that will be added to the total allocatable water for the year. And will also go into our, a portion of that will go into our carryover account, a portion of it will go into EP ones.
So do we, okay, suppose we get to August, we have 4 inches yet to release, and then just starts raining, we can't release any of it. We get to the end of August, can we release that 4 inches in September, or do we already have the target shut off date, we shut off, and then we go to release accounting, even though we still have 4 inches that we had anticipated to release, but haven't?
Traditionally, this board has not firmly set the shutdown date at this time. We gather more information, and as we approach the shutdown date, usually about 30 days before it, we set last order dates and shutdown dates because we don't know what the end of the season will look like today. Mrs. Soloway.
There's a couple of legal principles to keep in mind. One, stream system issue 101 and late allotments can cause harm to your groundwater allotments. So we keep that in mind as you're making this decision, because anything after July or in July becomes a problem for the county. The other issue is that to go on to release accounting, you have to run out that allotment. So we try to come on early, run fast and furious, and let them run a long period, because that's more water coming back in carryover than you would see under your scenario. And then the third issue is, and I know Gary tried hitting this, but I want to explain it very clearly. We have a better chance of capturing more stormwater in our system and delivering it to the Messiah Valley if we evacuate water out of the hatch system earlier. So we shoot for that early, around August-ish timeframe, to start being able to manage the flood ops up there instead of delivery ops. So if that switchover creates water in your area down south by freeing up capacity in their system, aside from addressing their earlier in the season. So those are 3 issues to keep in mind. One's ops, but 2 are legal.
Thank you very much, Ms. Saltek. That is an important item that I failed to mention. If hatch is still running in monsoon season, they are more impacted by monsoon flows than we are. If they're still running, there's nowhere in our system to put that water, which means it just runs down the river. By not having them running, we have a place to put it. Water that reaches our system without being released from Caballo is water we are simply allowed to keep under the operating grid. And so there's a benefit in having the ability to do it. It does not guarantee that we will get stormwater, but it helps both with flood operations to mitigate flood impacts in that area and improve water availability in terms of, we have somewhere to put it without letting it simply flow down the river. Thank you very much for that point.
Yeah.
Solve that. Mr. Black.
Greg, one thing about floodwater, since we're talking about it. I hear a lot of things. John, I heard your deal. We're not gonna go back in that discussion, but I heard the parity that you were talking about. But one of the things that y'all have that we don't have the ability to do is use that stormwater. We see it go right off the road, used to come right down here. Y'all get to divert it, use it. We don't get none of that. None of it. It's really good water. So I don't care what you do in these things, it's not always gonna be equal, and I get that. They're just a place out there on that watershed where some things you can take advantage of and some you can't. But y'all do get to use that stormwater, you can put it on your farms and stuff, especially when we're done down there, even when you're done. You can be done water to get a big old storm, you know, they come through here, y'all, I've seen them open that, fill that young lateral pump full of water right there at Radiant Springs, but just nothing but flood water. So I think it's okay to have differences in different places just because it's that way already. You know, we can't, I'd like to make everybody the same, but it's just not gonna happen. But y'all do get tons of abilities to use stormwater, especially putting in that gauge right there on our farm, where they know exactly how much it is now instead of kind of guessing at it, and they got a 2 or 3 hour head start on that water. It's gonna help a bunch. And I'm for those things to help you guys out, by the way.
Thank you, Mr. Colquitt.
What does Phil King say? Stagger or flat start?
Dr. King, you're being put on the spot. What is your opinion of staggered diversions versus concurrent diversions?
Well, as I said, staggering them is really not an issue this year. I mean, we can, in terms of the accounting, of course, the earlier we go on, the earlier we finish and the earlier we go on to release accounting. But there really isn't a downside in terms of efficiency or anything of starting hatch early. I think one thing to consider again is on a district-wide basis, consider the utility of the water. You know, go back to that concept where when and where it has its most value. And I don't think the utility is necessarily the same in the two valleys, just because the hydrology and the agronomy is so different between the two valleys. You know, Eric talked about the aquifer in the in the Rincon area, where it's, you know, 80 feet and then 2,500 feet of clay, whereas in the Mesilla Valley, you've got 2,500 feet of aquifer in places. And of course, you got different crop mixes and things like that. I don't see a downside to staggering it. I'm not quite clear on the issue. You know, I don't see of things like transactions or anything about people transferring water from Rincon to Mesilla, but just from an operations or a accounting standpoint, this year it really doesn't make a difference.
Mr. Glacial first, and then Mr. Norby.
I'm hearing two very conflicting things, at least in my mind, they're conflicting, maybe somebody cleared up. I'm hearing Mrs. Solovic saying that if the hatch system's already empty, then they have a place to use stormwater. Remember Mr. Latin say, no, we get the stormwater down here, we can't use it. You know, only one of those can be accurate in my mind.
They're consistent, actually. The way Joe Paul said it was a little bit off. What we do is route the water through their system to slow it down to be able to use it down here. Otherwise, it flows through the river and we can't stop it.
Can they use that water if it's in the canals?
Yes.
Okay, yes, thank you. So there is a utility
Yeah.
to them sometimes.
John, the further north you go, the less that happens. Like you say, you gotta catch the water and put it downstream. And a lot of that, say you take Crow, you take a lot of those, it goes right straight in the river. You don't see what I'm saying, but there are places up there, if it comes in up high, the Trujillo and all those up there that you can divert it and hold it, like she says, for a while. And sometimes those farmers can use it up there, but you think about it, you get a 2-inch rain, you're gonna order water. So they come together, by the way, and down here, y'all won't be hopefully under a 2-inch rain, so then, or somebody will, and then they can take that water, but it's hard to have a big hit and turn around and turn your pumps on, they just don't happen.
Mr. Estes, do you have something to add to that?
Yes, the record places that in many of those monsoon years, 2006 to 2008, there were some of our PL 566 dams up there that directly dump into our canal system. They don't go to the river, they go to our canal system first or our drains. And so during that period of time, I remember 3 dams in a row that dumped into the Garfield, Maine. We watered the Rincon Valley for about a month after we diverted that water through our canal system and put it back into a system that took it down to the Rincon Valley. So it's doable if we have empty canals up there.
Depending on the sense.
Yeah, thank you.
And my understanding of it, when the system is empty, these places that have direct, that our conveyance system can be part of the channeling of that stormwater to the river. If the system's empty, we have a place to hold it, divert it, use it. If the system's full, we're just evacuating it as fast as possible, and we don't damage our system. If the water makes it through the river, Mr. Black is correct, there is no other point of diversion south of Percha. So that water cannot be re-diverted south of Percha. It will make it to the Leesburg system, that's its first point of diversion, if it makes it to the river. So that's kind of the balance between those. If the system is empty because they've run out of allocation, there is the ability to fill our system with stormwater. If the system's still running, there's not. Usually it's a question of how do we evacuate it as quickly as possible. Thank you. This is all.
And remember what happens up there is like they said, those guys are underwater anyway in their field and our system's the only one to drain. So if James has orders on hand down here, but can hold that water up a little bit and patch, he can fill those orders and then slow releases from Caballo to use the flood water to fill remaining orders in the sea. So even though those guys aren't taking it up there because they're underwater, we can actually do better with the water left in the reservoir if we can slow it down a little bit.
Mr. Narvaez.
Sorry, I have to add just one more thing to the whole. Remember when we go back to Dr. King's spreadsheet and you saw the efficiency or conveyance efficiency of 55%. We like to use that term that we want to run hard and fast. We're more efficient when I have the canals full. We can meet demand when we have the canals full. When we have high demand during June and July, we're giving every possible chance to get that water to the fields and not waste it. Historically, down in the southern area, in May, the demand is not there in May. So I'm having to babysit a canal. In other words, just picture filling up a whole lateral for 20 acres. It's wasting water, basically is what it's doing. But in the case where June and July here, especially down south, we have high demand, we're able to meet it. Last year was unique, it hasn't been this way in a while. To be able to start May 1st, I had capacity and array, and they were efficient with the water that got moved. So that's just another thing to think about. Those 2 months are important. Beginning of the month, I think historically, since we've been in the drought, the farmers, the constituents, they're used to those dates. We get orders in right away and we're pushing to capacity within a week. This year will be a whole lot better because we're not waiting to charge anymore. The system is charged. We can go from day one into capacity if we needed to. So it's just another thing to think about is that 55% and that 12 inches comes from the farmers giving us that ability to order that water. Low water in the canals, we're not as efficient with that. If we have to babysit 200 CFS in a canal, we're wasting that extra 50 CFS basically because we're not delivering the water. It's just evaporating.
Thank you, Mr. Narvaez.
That's it.
So reminder that the motion on the floor is to amend the original motion to start diversions at Percha on June 1st. Any further discussion on the amendment? I think I heard the door close and Mr. Colquitt is on his way back.
You gotta wait, you gotta wait.
I would like to.
What do you got to?
So I believe my position is clear, but just in case it's not, I support the amendment. Any other discussion on the amendment? Mr. Colquitt is back, so hearing no other discussion on the amendment, which is to start the versions in PERCHA on June first. Hearing no other discussion is closed. All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
In the opinion of the president, the ayes have it. The motion carries. The original motion is amended. So the original motion is now to start the versions at PERCHA on June first and start the versions for the remainder of the district on June 15th. Discussion on this motion. Mr. Rogers.
Mr. President, for me personally, I would be fine knowing that there is likely going to be some moisture coming from monsoon to start earlier here in the valley on June first. So I would rather start June first and not have a split date. I prefer that to starting to do complete the split date. But for me personally, it would be best to start on June 15th all across the board. So I am moving to amend.
Mr. Sloan, do you accept that as a friendly amendment?
To go June first for everybody.
And the second, I believe, was from Mr. Colquitt.
Yeah,
Do you,
correct.
do you accept that as a friendly amendment as well?
Yes.
All right, so the original motion is now amended to have the entire district come on June first. Discussion on the motion. Hearing no discussion, discussion is closed. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Opinion of the president, the ayes have it, the motion carries. The start date is set for June first. We did this a little backwards, but not overly so. We also need to set the allotment. The recommendation from Dr. King is 12 inches. I believe we've been making our decisions on scheduling based on the assumption that it'd be 12 inches. What is the will of the board?
Move to set the allotment to 12 inches.
I have a motion on the floor to set the allotment to 12 inches, seconded by Mr. Dry. Any discussion?
Well, it's all grids, isn't there? I mean,
So, Mr. Colquitt, that is an excellent question.
or could we get more?
Currently, yes. Could we get more? Probably not.
Wow.
Because it seems unlikely that it's going to snow like crazy between now and the first of May, which is what it would take. Yeah, we keep our fingers crossed. So it's awesome to be wrong here, right? It's awesome to be wrong.
It's coming this week.
So, in the question of, could we get more? This is just my experience watching the snowpack for a decade or so, and then the runoff. We are somewhere in the 80 to 85% range of snowpack. My experience has been that means almost zero runoff making it to San Marcial. The runoff forecast concurs with that. Is it possible we would get to 14 inches? Possibly. We do not have it now. If we're going to get to that, we will know before June 1st and can consider increasing the allotment. I would, in my opinion, I would strongly advise against increasing the allotment after the start of the season. And then the question of why, Mrs. Solopek brought this up, I've also thumped on this for a decade or so. When you change the allotment late in the season, our members have made decisions on how much they're going to pump and how much surface water they're going to receive, and especially crops that are already harvested have no ability to change that adjustment.
Can't they sell it downstream?
They cannot unpump the water. And they're pumping, the amount of farm diversion that they are permitted to make by the state engineer is guided by our allotment. Every inch that we increase in surface water allotment is an inch that's decreased in their groundwater pumping allotment. Or, that's not a good way to put it. I'm missing the right word, but there's a word there for how much groundwater they're allowed to pump. They can't unpump the water when we change the allotment like. So that is why I said, it is my opinion, we will not be making an allotment in August. And after June first, it is super, super difficult for our members to adjust that. If you've harvested your crop, you're done. You've already made all of the water decisions. Does that answer the question, Mr. Fulton? Mr. Levy?
So if there's flood water from monsoon season, that can increase the allowance.
It does not. So when we are evacuating flood water, that is not a lockable water.
That's free water.
It is not a lockable water. It is not part of our allocation.
It's charged.
It is not charged.
No.
It is not charged against your allotment. So specifically, when we're receiving floodwater, assumes that the system is, we're done. We've delivered the water. We have floodwater that we can put into our system. To follow up on Dr. King, our decisions should maximize utility. Where's the best place to put that water? On some farmer's field. That is the best place to put it. Where's the second place to put it? In one of our drains. Where's the worst place to put it? Back in the river. Back in the river. So, Mrs. Sullivan,
Board Member Ludwig is not wrong completely. We sometimes will charge you for floodwater. If you have an order on hand and we're making up your order with floodwater, if the release is still going on and we're not in the area to be able to meet your demand, but we can with floodwater, that will be charged to you.
and I'm gonna differentiate that.
That's the
That is
release
the
season.
flood water. The system is still running, you still have allotment, you're taking delivery of your allotment. Whether the district uses releasable water from its allocation in the reservoir or stormwater is a district decision based on our ability to manage that stormwater. It reduces our allocation charge when we don't divert it from the river. That is not a specific benefit to you as a farmer, that is a benefit to the district. When the district is out of water and we can get it into our system and put it to a farmer's field instead of simply shunting it to the river, that is also a benefit to the district, and so therefore it's not, we don't change suddenly the allotment system to figure out how to allot that water, get it.
My question was, say the season's not over.
Mhm.
Water comes, a lot of water comes into the system. You get charged, right?
So you as a member taking delivery of your allotment will be charged. I believe Dr. King's going to talk about the change in the diversion ratio.
Yes, I am. Let's differentiate here between an allotment charge, which would be the charge for delivery to the farmer, and the allocation charge, which would be a charge for diverting water, stormwater from the river. As Samantha said, if we're making a delivery of water to a farmer's order, it doesn't matter whether it came from the reservoir or stormwater or a combination of the two. It's the charge is the charge. The allocation, though, the allocation charge, I hope you're familiar enough with the diversion ratio and how it affects our allocation. But if stormwater comes down the river and we divert it, there's two things that can happen. First, the Bureau of Reclamation can declare it wild water and there is no charge for the diversion. Or they can charge us for it. As we take the water into our system, we measure it and we get an allocation charge for it. And the interesting thing is, I don't care which one it is. And the reason I don't care which one it is if we divert 1,000 acre feet and they charge us for it, that raises the diversion ratio, which raises our allocation by guess how much? 1,000 acre feet. So it's charged to us and then it's reallocated to us through the diversion ratio. And that was very intentional in the design of the operating agreement.
Thank you, Dr. King. Any more discussion? Let's pause for a minute while we wait for Mr. Doherty to come back.
I don't know what I missed, but, to my simple mind, to sort these out, I like to have very extreme hypothetical boundaries. So let's assume that we start on June first, and I mean, it just starts raining like crazy. Not on our farm fields, but in all the arroyo flows. And that there is enough arroyo flow to match the entire capacity of the system. We set our allotment at 12 inches, we've got all those arroyo flows coming in, we're not changing the allotment. We deliver out the full 12 inches from arroyo flows. What will that mean? It'll mean some fairly extreme increases in the diversion ratio, which will mean our allocation will go up for the year, which means our carryover account will receive that water so that we can deliver it in a future year. That's an extreme. That is almost certainly not going to happen. But that is how the idea of, well, we've got these arroyo flows, we're charging our members for it. How does that impact the district? The answer is the allocation balance essentially stays in the reservoir and flows into our carryover account. There's a little bit of arithmetic in there that alters it a little up and down, but generally speaking, that's close. Did I get that right, Dr. King?
Yes, that's, I think what I was getting at. We,
Thank you.
and, you know, it's not just stormwater. Any savings we generate falls into our carryover account and we have it in subsequent years.
But while the system is running with the amount of allocation that matches the allotment that we've set, the water in the system is chargeable. Once we shut down diversions and we are simply directly diverting stormwater into our system, that water's not, we're just looking for a place for it to go. Looking for a place for it to go that maximizes the benefits to our members in our district. All right. I hope that helps answer the question. I hope it helps inform you for the motion at hand, which is to come on, to set the allotment at 12 inches. In any case, we don't want to be changing the allotment length because of the shifts in groundwater pumping. And the difficulty it can cause for our members in staying compliant, state engineer for their, the amount of groundwater they're permitted to divert.
So if you don't increase the allotment late in the season, what happens to that water?
Rolls in.
To Texas? Oh, it rolls into next year.
So, the allocation. So again, let's assume for a moment that we've shut down, the monsoon season is huge upstream.
We could open up.
And we've got additional water in the reservoir that is allocatable. That will be allocated in the final allocation of the year, which I can't remember if it happens October 1st or November 1st. There's a final allocation for the season. We haven't taken delivery of that allocation. It goes into our carryover. So we don't lose the water because we don't increase the allotment.
Okay.
There is definitely a benefit to allotting the amount of, as much water as we can and getting it onto our farm fields. There's definitely a utility benefit there. We don't lose it if there is additional allocatable water late and we simply choose not to allot it. It still remains in our carryover account to be allotted in a future year.
Perfect. Thank you.
Derek, can I ask Dr. Phillips a question?
Please.
In our short aquifer up there, you know, our depth is not very deep. How many inches, in your opinion, does it take every year to put on the ground to keep that aquifer at a level with the river running like it is now?
Being expressed as an allotment.
Just, for example, like down there in my drain ditch, Dr. Fox, say it's a foot of water. I know that when the river comes in and we're pumping, everything kind of holds. But, you know, once we start irrigating, well, then it starts increasing because we're recharging that aquifer. How many inches of allocation every year do we need to keep that aquifer healthy?
I believe you meant to say allotment.
Allotment, okay,
Right.
allotment, excuse me, allotment,
Right about 12 inches, about a foot.
about a foot.
And that's actually through largely, in the CO2, that you would basically break even right there. Anything less, then you're gonna see, net loss. Anything more, you're typically gonna see some, net gains. but about 12 inches.
To repeat that, question was how much allotment keeps our groundwater aquifer stable? And the answer has been 12 inches, and we've seen that repeatedly through Dr. Fox's research.
I thought so. I just thought with the river running more, it might go down to 8, but.
Well,
But I mean,
yes, there is something to be said for an extended season, but where the greatest benefit in terms of recharge comes is actual on-farm irrigation. Second to that's going to be the canal lateral system, and lastly is the river itself.
To be clear, on-farm irrigation, increased return flows on farm, decreased groundwater withdrawals. So those two things come together, and that's why the allotment is the biggest impact. Hearing no other discussion. Discussion is closed. The motion is to come on June 1st for the entire system. No, excuse me, the motion is to allot 12 inches of water. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Being the chair, the ayes have it, the motion carries. We have allotted 12 inches of water. Mr. Esslinger, you please direct staff to take appropriate actions for our constituent county. That concludes water resources. There was a lot of discussion there. Dr. King or Mr. Narvaez, are there any final comments that you need to make?
Mr. Chairman, I did have one, this is unrelated, it's a little out of place, but I did want to get it get the information to you and in the record. In our allocation meeting, the Bureau reported that for the end of 2023, New Mexico's compact balance is a deficit of 121,900 acre feet. So that'll be the number for 2024. For 2023, it was 93,000. So they went up just under 30,000 acre feet in their deficit.
Thank you, Dr. King. Thank you. Any discussion on that? Are there questions about what Dr. King just said? Okay. Mr. Esslinger.
Yes, one other issue under scheduling on that agenda item is we need to set our growers meetings so that we can get word out to our farmers in the farming community. Normally we do one in Hatch, one here in Central, and one down in South around at the country club. I'd like to know if we could discuss whether or not when do you want to have them? Do you want to have them in April, May? Just, we can also send them, we'll definitely put things out in the media, to announce, but, it's been my experience in South growers like to come to those meetings and ask questions.
So the question is when to have growers meetings. State my opinion real quick. I find them most beneficial just before the release. And I don't mean like the day before, but approximately the time that we open the order desk. Because if they leave the grower meeting thinking I can place an order for water, sometimes they do, and that helps. So that would be around May 15th. Generally, it's 2 weeks ahead of time that we open for orders. Mr. Narvaez.
Yes, as far as scheduling that, if I could throw in there, hopefully by the next board meeting, I'll be able to work out a flat rate schedule, which we haven't discussed yet, but it'll give me time to work with EP number one, make sure we're working the best route so we don't interfere with our demand and make a train wreck with the flat rate irrigations. So I'll be prepared for that for the next board meeting if I could.
Very good. I apologize. I need to interrupt this discussion. We're going to recess for 10 minutes. Madam Secretary, would you please call the report? We are back in order. I appreciate your indulgence. So we were, what was the topic? Yeah, I interrupted it.
We were just finalizing growers meeting.
Thank you, the growers meeting. I don't really think we need board action, but the staff does need guidance. When would does the board have a preference on when these grower meetings are set? Mr. Roby Rosa.
Mr. President, I would prefer the first half of May or the middle of May.
Very good. I'm hearing, early to mid-May. I think with the next, mid-May is what Mr. Rosa said.
If truth is mid-May, we could sure do it up there in our country, the tenth. Yeah, I don't know where the tenth falls, but I would like to see it closer to the first week instead of the second week.
So what do you think, Craig?
That's perfect.
With that, I would like to then with that guidance, give Mr. Esslinger the flexibility he needs, depending on staff requirements and, district activities, the schedule of meetings.
Okay, thank you. And usually, Mr. President, we also open our order desk on that date, May 15th, prior to June. So we'll have plenty of time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Esslinger. So the next item on our agenda is the groundwater update. It was suggested to me by Mr. Sloan that we have members of the public in attendance interested in the water transfer hearing portion of our agenda. Is that correct? Okay. Dr. Fox, so I want to get to that before we break for lunch. Dr. Fox, how long is your presentation?
It's not long.
Do I have enough time to hear your presentation, have a reasonable amount of questions, and do the water transfer hearing before lunch?
I think so.
So, without objection, we're going to, move the water transfer hearing up immediately following the groundwater update. Very good. Please proceed, Dr. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I've learned over the years that these updates are best and better received, if that's the term, to the extent they're kept concise and to the point. Now, to the extent that you want to get into the weeds, we can sure do that, but I'm going to suggest that we set up a workshop, something to that effect, to get into the greater detail. I'd like to show this particular picture here. Dr. King took it years back in 2013. At that time in July, we had drawn down the butte to 4% of capacity. The allotment back then was 3.5 inches. I'm sure some of you remember that. It was a rough time. And I just offer it again as a reminder, as if you need one, that the uncertainty and variability in our surface water supply is such that we remain very dependent, obviously, on groundwater. Again, you don't need a reminder for that, but perhaps members of the general public might. There's two periods, if you will, that I focus on very closely. I watch fluctuations in the shallow alluvium effectively year-round and almost every day. But the two periods that are most important in terms of operations is the release, which we're currently in, and then the end of year accounting. And I'll get into the specifics as to why that is, but the release, and I characterize it this way, is the time following release from Caballo for connection between the riverbed and the adjacent shallow alluvium. Now, that's not the same thing as the riverbed itself, okay, because we do not have piezometers in the riverbed or even immediately adjacent to the river, but we have a series of piezometers that are pretty close. So it's a potential efficiency indicator. It can help to inform operations in my communications with my colleague, James Narvaez, and also with Dr. King. Those guys determine where the gate is set at Caballo in terms of release. So that stepped up stage that Mr. Narvaez was showing you earlier, this kind of information helps to inform that. It also, of course, is important in terms of an aquifer resiliency metric. To give you an example of how I approach this, here's a hydrograph from back in 2022 at a site near Leesburg. Now you can see where I put an arrow there. June 1st was the release. Again, we're going to see a June 1st release this year. And then the hydrograph shows right where the adjacent piezometer picks up that wetting front, okay? So this is very useful information, and the fact that we have it effectively real time in terms of our remote telemetry units and instrumentation is extremely useful throughout the entire system for that matter. To give you some actual data here in the last few years, the map on the left shows you the locations of the piezometers. We have 13 up in the Rincon Valley, and we got 51 down in the Mesilla. Obviously, the Mesilla is a much larger, more robust system, so we need better coverage there. I've flagged a few of these. There's 3 up in the Rincon, RIN 10R, 2R, and 12R. They're sort of representative geospatially of the area, and then I've picked out 4 in the Mesilla. So if we look at recent years, you know, it was mentioned earlier that the conditions the year prior have a lot to do with present conditions, at least in terms of release. Mr. Davier asked some very good questions to that effect. And so curiously, if we look up there upstream, RIN 10R, you see that those 2 back-to-back years of the 4-inch and 6-inch allotment being meager surface water allotments caught up, such that the time or duration to achieve connectivity following the release from Caballo was substantially extended as of last year in 2023. Now, last year in 2023, we had a 14-inch allotment, right? So this year, I can all but tell you, all but certainly, that we're going to see connectivity across the board occurring much faster. In fact, I'm already seeing it, not necessarily at these sites, but at several others. Dropping downstream to 2R, that's an interesting anomaly there, such that in 2022, we didn't see quite the same pattern, but rather that connectivity duration was extended. And I believe the reason for that is that there's a cropping rotation occurring right in that area in proximity to that piezometer that affects that. If we drop further downstream, the tail end of the Rincon, more closer to Director Lack's farming down there, we see it's really very consistent across the board, regardless of the allotment. And I'll tell you one of the reasons for that, as I alluded to earlier, is that as you get closer to the tail end of the Rincon, you run into the Narrows, and you have effectively a sort of perched aquifer condition as the aquifer pinches off there near Fort Selden. Moving downstream, the results get even more interesting, in my opinion, insofar as that site I mentioned there, 42R near Leesburg, very consistent across the board. 15R, likewise, moving, you know, more central, very consistent. But then the southern sites, this is to me really very encouraging, and I think it reflects the fact that you have groundwater withdrawals at greater depths, and then you also have concentrated use of available surface water. That's a tactic or practice that I've been preaching for a long time, and it's getting used. So to the extent that you can concentrate what little there may be in terms of available surface water to take the place of what otherwise would be groundwater pumping, it definitely makes a difference. And we see it in the southern end of the system, such that the duration of connectivity from 2022 to 2023 was essentially cut in half. So that's encouraging results. Getting into the actual net change in storage, which is the year-end analysis I was referring to earlier, what I use is a time-tested and true method called the water table fluctuation approach, okay? And the beauty of this is that it's so simple, you can't mess it up. Now, I've had exposure and experience with numeric modeling and related, but we definitely prefer measurement, direct measurements. And that, again, is where EBID's monitoring program and our real-time data is critically important to be able to address these matters. So the simple equation, delta S, change in storage, is equal to the specific yield of the aquifer, which you might opt for material, which in the shallow alluvium you might think of as drainable porosity, okay? And that's multiplied by an area term, which if you look at the map on the right, that's where those areas come from, such that we have representative weighted areas through a discretization grid that we've created. The same, of course, exists for the Mesilla, but it's a much busier and more complex because you've got a lot more piezometers down there. So each piezometer represents a weighted area. So the reason that we compare year end to year end is because the groundwater table, if you will, is seeking or reaching a new relative equilibrium. It's stable. Most of the background pumping is out. Okay, you do still have some domestic stuff going on, but for the most part, that remains pretty consistent. It's the irrigation activity that we're primarily focused on. So as we get into actual results, here's what it looks like over the years. You can't really see it. Naomi, how can I move the, okay.
Well, hit the escape button.
Yeah. But I thought you meant for guessing.
Oh.
Well, I can't see my mouse. Oh, there it is. Huh. I'm trying to move the,
Just minimize there.
Yeah, that's.
I can't. There we go. All right. So what I'm showing you here is the year-end net change in shallow aquifer storage in the Mesilla Valley from 2010 to 2023 relative to December 31st, 2009 water table conditions. And the blue line at the top, that's the annual EBID pro rata surface water allotment. Oh yeah, thank you. I'm sorry. Whoa,
Sorry.
there you go. So the reason that we go back to December 31st, 2009 as a baseline isn't by way of some magic. It's because it was approximately mid to later 2008 that the EBID replacement piezometers went in with high-end state-of-the-art instrumentation. Prior to that time, we had what we call the old bureau wells, and many of those had become dilapidated. The measurements were taken manually and at various times of the year. And as I mentioned earlier, well, if you take a measurement in July, right, in the heat of irrigation season with all that pumping going on, right, or even pre-release, you know, March, if you will, then who knows where it's going to be. But that's why I say the end of year, that's a good point to compare to. Now, I do have data going clear back to the 40s, right? But 2009 is a pretty good, I think, baseline to work from. In 2008, we had a full allotment, 3 acre feet. That did a lot to compensate for some of the depletions that we saw in 2003 and 4. That's when drought conditions came back unmistakably. We've been grinding through it every year since. So you can see here in 2023, we did see some net gains. That's encouraging with that 14-inch allotment. As I mentioned earlier, a 12-inch allotment is basically the baseline to be looking at. Anything below that, you can expect that, yes, we're going to see some depletions in terms of net change in storage. And so as it stands today, we've got a cumulative net loss of a little over 175,000 acre feet. But one of the things I want to point out here, and it should be obvious, is that this oscillation of groundwater depletion relative to the surface water allotment is occurring such that there is a very strong correlation between the allotment and what supplemental groundwater pumping can expect it to be. In other words, farmers don't run their wells for fun or because they like the sound of the hum of the motor running in the background to help them fall asleep, right? I mean, it's economics. You know, they pump what they need to pump to meet the needs of the crop. And that's what we see here. And so regrettably, those rough years back 2011 and through 2013, yeah, we took a pretty good hit there, but you see 2017, we have a 2-foot allotment, boom. You see some significant recharge in the system. But again, you know, we're seeing this oscillation, but the system does remain resilient. But we do have a deficit, as I mentioned earlier, and I will point out also that what this reflects is net change in the shallow alluvium. What's going on at depth? For example, down there in the Santa Fe group, upper, middle, or lower, if you will. Some of you guys, actually many of you have wells completed in the upper Santa Fe group. There's a few of you that have wells completed clear down in the middle Santa Fe group. Then there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. It's just that the effects of that pumping is delayed in terms of it attenuating and being measurable in the shallow alluvium at the surface. But make no mistake, it does get there. And so I'm capturing that, but it could be pumping from 10 years ago, right? So there's a great need for further study in the deeper aquifer. The USGS does have an assemblage of cross sections
of deeper nested piezometers. And I watch those pretty closely, but we need more of that. And in particular, it would be very useful to have a better understanding of what the migration in the Mesilla is of groundwater at depth coming off the West Mesa, off the escarpments. Okay, I know what's happening. It's compensating for storage voids otherwise occurring, not just in the alluvium, but at depth as well. That's perhaps a good thing, right? Because it's going a long way to help address things like the potential for subsidence, for example, which is something that we look for. EBID among the other suite of state-of-the-art technology that we deploy. We've got a gravity meter, which we use to look at changes in mass in the shallow alluvium in particular. That gets tricky because you have antecedent soil moisture conditions in the battle zone itself that to interpret and read that data takes a very close analysis. But I've been doing that for a number of years now, and thus far, the seasonality signature, if you will, of those adjustments in mass reflect recharge in terms of surface water in the system. So I can tell you with confidence that we're not seeing, or at least in the data I look at, subsidence in the system as yet. I've collaborated also with scientists at New Mexico Tech a number of years ago. We had them come out and they set up some instrumentations and further confirmed what we're seeing thus far, and that is that we're holding up, doing okay. Now, that cumulative deficit, yeah, that's a number, right? But consider this, to put things in perspective. The San Luis Valley in southern Colorado, in recent years, aquifer losses that they've sustained up there are in excess of 1 million acre-feet. That's our headwaters up there. And that's why priority administration is routine in southern Colorado. Moving to the Hatch Valley, the Rincon, very similar pattern, if you will, in terms of, again, you know, the aquifer response to the allotment, but it's at a much smaller scale. But as was pointed out earlier, it's quick to gain and it's quick to lose, but it's very resilient that way. I mean, you know, you get surface water in that system and bam, you can see it in the hydrographs right away. So again, similarly, in 2023, we saw some net gains in the Rincon system as well. And again, I wanted to keep it concise, to the point. Hopefully that gives you a snapshot of where we're at. I think that we're going into this season in pretty good shape, all things considered. Dr. King mentioned earlier that the river, the bed, if you will, is in effect wetter. But what that reflects is what I was trying to show you earlier, and that is that the year prior has a lot to do with the current year. And so we're coming into this year, I think, in pretty good shape. If in fact we're able to sustain the 12-inch allotment, I predict that yes, we'll continue to break even. We might even see a few gains in a few regions. What I haven't shown you here is the spatial distribution of the pumping impacts in terms of the reflection in the aquifer. I can do that, but I think it's more important to try to look at things in the aggregate as far as the system as a whole, recognizing that the Rincon Valley and the Mesilla Valley, it's an apples and oranges thing. The one thing that keeps them, I guess, in common is the river itself. So with that, if you got a few questions, I know President Davier wants to keep moving here to get into transfer hearing, but I'm happy to.
Can I ask Dr. Fox a comment? Dr. Fox, I think with new board members and stuff, and I like your deal of wise versus smart.
You know, what gave me that idea, Joe Paul, was a comment that Director Claysholt made. It's been several board meetings back, but he made the point that it's important to learn how to learn.
And one of the things that I think that they need to know about is that Hatch is more of a live river than it is an aquifer. And a lot of people don't, if we're down here, you actually have an aquifer.
Well,
wish we had one, John.
Yeah, that's a good point. And, you know, I've been chided at times in technical conversations with other scientists as far as making that contrast, that for all intents and purposes, the shallow alluvium up in the Rincon Valley is just an extension of the river, right? And so how do you differentiate that, you know, from an actual aquifer? But in terms of the definition of an aquifer, yes, you have one. You do. Unfortunately, it's, as we discussed earlier, it's shallow, it's narrow, it's constrained, and always has been. At least subsequent to ancestral Rio Grande times.
We're so much vulnerable to salt and stuff, and like you say, pumps getting into that salty water quicker than, you know, and losing volume. We don't just have a well drop past that, you know, pipe, but it also gets very darn salty at the same time, so we have.
It does. That's something else that I've been tracking fairly closely. We do have instruments out there in terms of monitoring aspects of water quality, and total dissolved solids is one of those. So I've been watching that in the shallow alluvium, and also as it exists in the river, we sample there as well. So I absolutely can't disagree that particularly in the tail end of the Rincon, again, where things pinch, and you got pressure head that's elevated, you have effectively a sort of perched system. But what happens there is that you have an accumulation of salts, you know, all coming basically from upstream, downstream, and they effectively get stuck there. So the only way to blow that out of there is with surface water, flush it out. And if at some point we could ever, you know, hope to see the drains beginning to function again, that would go a long way. We were seeing that issue, of course, in parts and places of the Mesilla Valley as well, particularly in the shallow alluvium. Now at depth, down there in the upper Santa Fe, there's some really good quality water down there. And certainly it's wise that, you know, the larger operations have sought to invest in their farms, set their bowls at say 200 feet or so, you get well below that shallow alluvium. Now you're still going to be directly impacting the shallow alluvium, right? But the quality of water that you're drawing is proportionately better because part of that's coming from the upper Santa Fe. So it's a good agronomic practice, is what I'm saying, in terms of groundwater management.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Other questions for Dr. Fox? My last comment is simply understanding the impacts of our decision on the aquifer is important for informing our decision-making. It was an excellent question that was asked earlier about what's the amount of allotment where we essentially stay steady state. It's around 12 inches.
It's taken me, excuse me, Mr. President, it's taken me a few years to ascertain that. There's a lot of moving parts in this system, and a lot to account for. But we're getting to a point where I'm pretty confident that from a managerial perspective, we know where to go and when to go in terms of, you know, tweaking elements and aspects of the system. And so it's a team effort, absolutely. Much of what I do would be altogether impossible without the efforts of Patrick Lopez and the SCADA department. Again, the maintenance of the instrumentation, the quality of the data, the fact that it's real time, reflects a state-of-the-art system that I think we can continue to build on. And I hope we can, hope we do.
And my final comment is understanding the aggregate nature of our groundwater withdrawals and its scope is important to recognizing we're not on the brink of collapse in our aquifer. And I take the position that it will be wet again. I don't know when. We talk about the reservoir never spilling again. I suspect that it will, and I suspect there's nothing we can do to stop it. When it does, it would be nice to have some bucket to put that water. And having some reasonable amount of groundwater withdrawals that we have done so that there's somewhere to put that water is important in being long-sighted in our water policy.
Mr. President, we may not be here when it happens.
That may be the case, but I want to be long-sighted enough that my decisions are useful to those that follow.
Well said, Mr. President. I'm not sure I necessarily share the optimism, but I share the hope. And I think that Director Clayshult may be on the right track. But here's another point I would like to make, and that is that I showed you in 2017, we had a 2-foot allotment. Bam, we saw some substantial aquifer rebounds in that time. Now, if we got, you know, 2-3 years back to back like that, wow, we could go a long way in terms of recovery in the shallow alluvium. Now, again, the impacts at depth, recharge to get down there, 200, 300, 400 feet. Yeah, that's going to take a while, right? But it all resonates ultimately in the alluvium. So it's on that front that I suppose I do share some optimism, Mr. President, that it's not impossible because I've seen it. We've all seen it. That, we'll go a run of years with these really meager, 6, 8 inch allotments, whatever have you there. And all of a sudden, yeah, we'll get a decent winter. We get some good snowpack. To add to that, something the council has been pushing hard for, and Assistant Manager Franzoy is stormwater capture. We talked a little bit about it earlier. There's some real opportunities there that I think we should pursue. In the past, I personally have taken the position that, local precip really just doesn't account for much in terms of the water budget. In the aggregate, probably not, but I did some research with some USGS colleagues here a few years ago, and we published a paper where we looked at that, among other things, and actually, it's more significant than you might think, especially if we start to focus on these wild arroyos and what have you. We got some big ones, and most of them are up north, but as was discussed earlier, if we can harness that water, that too could go a long way to facilitate not just recharge, but on-farm irrigation. So anyway.
Excellent point. So when we're talking about large vision projects and the suggestion that, the 10,000 acre feet a year that this large vision would create, and why bother? Well, because 10,000 acre feet year after year after year nearly completely eliminates the groundwater deficit that we've seen over the depth of a drought. Marginal gains can have large impacts. I heard Dr. Fox say not impossible, which is extraordinary optimism from our scientists sometimes. Not impossible.
Well, Dr. King and I kind of play off each other that way. I mean, he obviously is, very deservedly and well earned the moniker as Dr. Doom. I haven't received the moniker yet, but it's not that.
What a person can do and what they can't do. What a district can do and what they can't do. Not impossible.
Right.
We should have large vision. That's my encouragement to you all. Any other questions for Dr. Fox? Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, gentlemen.
By the way, I will tell you, I look forward to Dr. Fox's presentation every year. We make decisions on allotment, release timing, accounting, all of those things. Dr. Fox's presentation helps to create a foundation that informs my decisions. So that brings us to our suspension and transfer hearing. One moment. So I call to order this board, sitting in the board to hear suspensions and transfer applications. The board is convened to act upon applications by landowners in the district to transfer water rights pertinent to lands within the district which are not suitable for irrigation or capable of being properly irrigated to other lands within the district. These applications are filed under section 73-13-4 of the New Mexico statute. This board will decide if, within their judgment, the other lands within the district may be profitably and advantageously irrigated. The applicants are identified as listed on Exhibit A, which is the second to last, excuse me, fourth to last page in your printed handout. The applicants are required to publish notice in any newspaper published within Doñana County of an EBID taking action to consider a resolution allowing the transfer. The publication should have listed the time and place of this meeting, listed the action to be taken by this board, listed a description of the move to and move from lands, and listed the reason for the requested transfer. Does staff have a copy of the notice of publication?
Yes, sir, we do.
Were all of the required points in the publication?
Yes, sir.
Was the last publication date made prior to this hearing?
Yes, sir, it was.
We will now proceed with a presentation by staff. After that, the board members can ask questions of staff.
Good morning. We have five water transfers this morning. The first one is 2024 WTS 001. Barbastro LLC is transferring 1.96 of water rights to Tronquillo and Pilar Ontiveros. If approved, Barbastro will no longer have water rights, and Mr. and Mrs. Ontiveros will have a new total of 9.06. Second one we have is 2024 WTS 002. O Properties.
Hey, did we just scroll up?
Oh, yes, sorry. O Properties 2 LTD is transferring 0.65 to O Properties LTD. If approved, O Properties 2 will no longer have water rights, and O Properties LTD will have a new total of 19.25. Our third one is 2024 WTS 003. 1150 Country Club Road is transferring 6.58 water righted acres to Elliott and Evelyn McMaster Trust. If approved, 1150 Country Club Road will have a new total of 20.83. And the McMaster's Trust will have a new total of 20.98. Fourth one we have. The fourth one we have is 2024 WT 005. Luis Reyes is transferring 10.54 water righted acres to Frank Paul Salopek. If approved, Luis Reyes will no longer have water rights on that property as it is being subdivided. Frank Paul Salopek will have a new total of 116.74 water righted acres. Our final one, 2024 WTS 006. David and Patricia Bonda is transferring 0.75 water righted acres to Arthur and Rachel Benegas. If approved, Mr. and Mrs. Bonda will no longer have water rights, and Mr. and Mrs. Benegas will have a new total of 4.77 water righted acres. And staff recommends approval on all five.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the board? I have one. Would you please bring up WTS 003?
Sir.
Thank you very much. So this shows the water rights before and after the transfer as being the same amount. Will you please verify the amount of current water rights that are associated with the transfer from property?
Oh, I apologize. The current water rights is 27.41.
Thank you very much. So they have gross acreage of 27.41 and current water rights of 27.41.
Sorry, I did make an error. So the gross is 27.91. With a temporary suspension of 0.5, with a water righted acres of 27.41. So that was my mistake.
So to state clearly for the record, the gross acreage is 27.41, excuse me, 27.91. There is 0.5 water righted acres that are temporarily suspended.
Correct.
Their current water righted acreage is 27.41.
That is correct, Mr.
And
President.
the new water righted acreage will be 20.83.
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Any other questions regarding that? Mrs. Sullivan.
How is it published?
Correctly.
Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, I have a question on
Mr. Clayton.
005. But that property, Luis Reyes, is being subdivided. And we transfer the water off there. How do the houses go?
How are, I'm
The
sorry.
houses they're gonna build, where's their water?
I don't believe they're going to, have a water rights to water. Is that correct? I think Mr. Reyes is here.
That's correct, and they'll get their water from dynamic neutral. Water.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reyes. So to clarify that testimony, there will be no irrigation rights associated with those properties. Their domestic water is coming from Doneana Mutual Water, who has their own water rights in order to be ready, willing, and able to deliver water to that subdivision.
Thank you.
That is how I understood the testimony. Is that correct, Agent?
Yes, Mr. President,
Thank
that's
you.
correct.
Any further questions from the board? At this point in time, the board will take evidence and testimony from the applicants or their representatives, or any person who is here to protest the applications. We will proceed with any presentation by the applicants. After that, the board members and EBID staff can ask questions of the applicants. Would the applicants or their representatives introduce themselves? And because we have several transfers, I would start with the transfers in order as they appear in our exhibit. So the transfer from Barbastero LLC to Ranquillo and Pilar. Thank you. For the first transfer, are there applicants present who wish to provide testimony? I'm hearing none. If you were online and I've missed you, please speak up and we'll give you an opportunity to present. The second transfer is from O Properties to O Properties. Is there an applicant present which wishes to provide presentation or evidence? Our third transfer is from Country Club Road to McMaster Trustees. Is there an applicant present which wishes to provide testimony or evidence?
Yes, sir.
Mr. McMillan.
That's my dad, Randy, but, I'm here more to answer any questions you may have. I am not on the transferring end of this, nor am I on the receiving end of it. However, I sold this land to, Pike Foster, where the water rights are going to. And we were transferring some recombined water rights that you all helped me recombine at one point. And the state has decided that they're no longer letting people do that after they told me to do exactly what I did. So in order to make Ty whole, I've gone out and bought these water rights, and then transferring them to her so that she has water. And I want to deal with this other issue on my own. So I'm here as to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. McMillan. So I will again.
One other thing, the land that is currently on in Docking Farm, the land that it is going to is absolutely definitely going to be farmed. In fact, there are some restrictions about development on her land that is farmland.
Thank you, Mr. McMillan. I will identify Mr. McMillan as a representative of the applicants. Are there questions from the board of Mr. McMillan? Thank you, Mr. McMillan. Hearing no questions, we will move on to the transfer from Mr. Reyes to Mr. Salte. Are the applicants or their representatives present wish to provide testimony? Mr. Reyes.
I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Reyes? I believe one has already been asked by Mr. Clay Schulten and answered. Are there any additional questions? Hearing none, thank you very much, Mr. Reyes. And finally, the transfer from Banda to Venegas. The applicants or their representatives present wish to provide testimony. Hearing none. Are there any protestants who wish to speak? If so, please identify yourselves for the record. I see no protestants identifying themselves. Are there any other comments? Hearing none, the chair will now entertain a motion to have a resolution to approve or disapprove the applications.
Make a motion to approve.
I have a motion from Mr. Garai to approve the applications as listed on exhibit A. Seconded by Mr. Colquitt. Any discussion? Hearing none, discussion is closed. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing the president, the ayes have it, the motion carries. For the record, the resolution number is 2024-SEB-03. I will ask that the resolution be formalized as called for by section 73-13-5 of the New Mexico statutes, and that the secretary of the board immediately certify and file with the state engineer the true copy of the resolution and action of the board. If there are any protestants who disagree with the action of the board, you may appeal this decision directly to the district court as provided under section 73-13-4 of the New Mexico statutes. The chair will now entertain a motion to adjourn the board sitting to hear the applications.
Motion so made.
I have a motion by Mr. Claisel to adjourn the board sitting for suspension transfer hearing, seconded by Mr. Clark. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any of the president, the ayes have it, the motion carries. Madam Secretary, lunch, has lunch arrived? Mr. Pompeo, how long is your presentation?
Mr. Chairman, I have about 10 minutes of presentation just to inform the board of the past, the history, and what's going on with that particular issue.
Very good. So would the board like to hear the presentation from Mr. Pompeo before or after lunch? This is regarding the main canal sewage leak on Leesburg, Maine. Yeah, let's hear it. I hear from the board without objection to have the presentation now. I made the agenda, Sutter Miller and Associates, Leesburg Main Canal Sewage Leak Update. I recognize Mr. Pompeo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, board. I come before you today to give you some history of the project, the circumstances that led to the sewage leak, and I think more importantly, what we've done since that time and what we're ongoing to doing today to mitigate this issue. Basically, this force main line, which runs from the Casa de Oro facility on right off of Lujan Hill Road down to the Rancho de Gallo subdivision, was designed and installed back in 2017 and 18. Since that time, it's run without issues on the EBID right away. On January the 30th of this year, I was contacted at my office that there was made aware of a sewage leak that was happening out on the Leesburg right away just south of Lujan Hill Road. At that time, we had discussions with the owners, mobilized the prime contractor and the two subcontractors to the area. And over the next week, we took measures to inspect the line, rod the line, just go through the whole system as to find out what was going on. The leak, the lift station on the Casa de Oro facility was shut down. At that time, Vector trucks were used to pump wastewater from the facility until we could get the force main line back online. What we found, or basically there was two leak locations on your right of way. One was up near the Casa de Oro facility. There was a air relief valve that was stuck partially open, and that led to a discharge of wastewater onto the EBID right of way. Down closer by the Rancho de Gallo subdivision, based on the rodding operations to make sure that the force main was not plugged, there was a discharge that happened at that location. In conjunction with our inspection of the facility and ongoing, Sutter Miller and Associates has notified the New Mexico Environmental Department, one of the initial discharge, and then two subsequent notifications to them to make them aware of what was going on and what the situation was on the site. So what's happened since then is obviously we've gone top to bottom through the physical force main and the lift station, and that's all operational online, and it's not discharging any wastewater anywhere along the lines, specifically to EBID property. Of the spill locations that were notified, or noticed there, we have, in concert with, the environmental department, of which we received an email on, February the 26th, outlining some additional criteria that, NMED wanted to have as far as soil testing on those areas. We have gone out and sampled the soil in both of the spill locations. Those samples have been sent for analyzation, and we're expecting them to be returned any day now with the results. The results of the soil testing will allow us to determine how much soil, both inside the Leesburg Canal Prism, the bank of the Leesburg Canal, and the associate property owners next door, as to how much soil needs to be removed and disposed of properly per NMED regulations. The soil will then be replaced with clean fill. It is our, before we start those operations, Mr. President, we will be meeting with the EBID staff on site to review the limitations of, or the limits of that removal. We have placed a berm in the Leesburg Prism in the canal just to keep any waters that may be coming down the lateral from entering into this work zone until we get this cleaned up. We expect to start and finish that operation next week. And lastly, I would like to finish my presentation with what steps are we going to take to make sure that this situation does not happen again. First, we have hired in Southwest Environmental Tech, Henry Medina, who is a certified operator, and he will be doing monthly, reviewing the system and preparing monthly documentation as to its operations to make sure that this doesn't happen again. Second item that was brought to our attention was that there is a clean out and an air relief valve that's inside of, that sits atop the Leesburg right of way, which is more centered to the center line of the east access route, that was not installed properly as far as its location. The owner has agreed to relocate the air relief valve station and the clean out to the eastern edge of the EBID right of way. A drawing indicating that relocation has been emailed to Mr. Esslinger and his staff, and is currently under review. So with that, Mr. President, that concludes my short presentation, and I would be happy to answer any questions of yourself or the other board members here today.
Okay, I appreciate your attendance today and your report. Are there questions from the board of directors? Mr. Glacier?
Concerns me greatly that this line is not in compliance with the permits that we issued. We issued a permit for a 4-inch line, and it's different. It's located in the wrong place, and it's 2-inch line instead of 4-inch. My experience is not much difference cost-wise between the 4-inch pipe and the 2-inch pipe. Why didn't they comply with the permit? It makes no sense.
The reason that the 4-inch line was not installed is because the Doniana Mutual director was concerned, Doniana Mutual Water Consumers Association. They were concerned that if we installed a 4-inch force main, that would give us, or we would ask for in the future, to expand the facility at Casa de Oro, and therefore request more wastewater be pumped through that line. By contract, we are limited to a 30-gallon per minute discharge at the Rancho de Gallo airback station, of which we're pumping into. So it was their opinion, by forcing a physical constraint on that force main line, that being 2-inch, that would automatically throttle us or not ever give us anybody the opportunity to put additional wastewater into the Rancho de Gallo collection system. So that's why there is a 2-inch line installed and not a 4-inch line.
I think they should have come back to this board and said, hey, we changed our plans. You know, apparently nobody here knew about it. Since it's our permit, we should have been informed at the very least.
I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I know every step that took place during that time, because it was 5+ years ago or so. The drawings that were approved that are attached to the permit application, which I have with me here today, sir, do show a 2-inch line. I believe that there was, when we originally made contact with EBID and started those discussions, it did start at 4-inch. But as we went through the evolution of getting the plan sets approved, because there were numerous other people involved in the approval process, EBID, the Doniana Mutual, the air vac vendor that provided the facilities inside the Rancho de Gas subdivision, all those parties took multiple reviews of our plan set. So when the plan set was finally finished in October of 2018, it did have a 2-inch line on it. And I apologize for any misleadings or mistake that we may have made on our part, but the final drawing set did go out with a 2-inch line.
The other thing is apparently it's not located where the permits it.
Then toward the northern end of the Leesburg right of way on the eastern side, the line begins to deflect more from the eastern edge into the center line. And so we've prepared a drawing to mitigate that, primarily the physical structures that you can see on top of the Leesburg. And we're in the ownership of our facility, once approved, is going to undertake that relocation.
Thank you. Mr. Lang.
You said you went from a 2 to a 4-inch, now this thing's flowed over, now you said it was because of an air deal, do you think that maybe the people up there had more stuff to put in there that just didn't hold it?
Well,
See what I mean?
for some reason, the air relief valve, where the EBI, where the line on the EBID that runs north-south gets to the corner and then turns to the west and goes under the Leesburg Canal, that's the high point in that system. So that's why the air relief valve is
I
located
can
there.
understand that, but did they overload it because they put more stuff in there? I
Oh,
mean, I'm a farmer, you see what I'm saying?
yes,
I
sir.
put 2 wells in an 8-inch line, you know, I'm gonna have a problem.
Right. The lift station that was designed by James Cook and Opson out of El Paso and installed was specifically designed for a 2-inch line. And by contract between the Casa de Oro facility ownership and Doniana Mutual, we are limited to 30 gallons per minute. And as a matter of fact, there's a meter station just to the west of the Leesburg Canal that has metering on it to make sure that we don't ever discharge more than that. So we're limited by that.
Where is the checkpoint? In other words, you meter, it says 30, but if you put 50 in there, see what I'm saying? Where is the spot that says we will, you have a check valve that won't get more than 30, you just have a meter?
No, the pumps in the lift station at the Casa de Oro facility are specifically designed and limited to 30 gallon per minute discharge.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Roby Rosa. Are you gonna do environmental testing on the water? Once you start filling the canal to make sure that there's no bacteria or any other sort of contamination that can get on lettuce or any other vegetable crops that we're growing here?
From our meetings, well, to answer your question, I'll take one step back from meetings with the environment department and their criteria. Right now, since there's no irrigation water out there, any contaminants would be located in the soils that were contaminated by this spill. We've taken tests of the soil in the spill area. We've also taken samples adjacent to, so we can get background samples just to see what's going on. And it's our intent to get all of that soil that's shown as being contaminated out of the prism of the lateral and your EBID, the bank area, and get it totally removed prior to any irrigation, like within the next week or so that there won't be any contamination into any waters of the district.
How do you guarantee that you removed all of the contaminated soil?
Well, we've taken the samples. We have a mapping that shows where we have mapping and we have photographs of the area when the spill took place. Obviously, we're going to go more than that. But we just want to make sure we're grabbing everything that we can. So, based on the background samples that are outside the spill area, if those come back as being negative, there's nothing in there, then we know that it's limited to just the spill area and we'll remove all the material.
What about the ditch that had a spill also? Because there was a canal, an earth canal, and there was a concrete ditch.
There is a concrete canal farther north that is not on EBID's property. That's on private property dealing up the Rancho de Gallo subdivision. We're gonna, Mr. Medina with Southwest Envirotech, we're gonna steam wash it and just clean it all, suck all that up and just wash it down with that concrete dish. So I don't want to speak to exactly what his plan is, but that is also on our list of things to clean up. And the area you're speaking of is where I had indicated when we had taken the clean outs off in order to rod the line, that's where it's built in place at.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pompeo.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Mr. Pompeo, a significant concern to this board
is recognizing that sewer lines are gonna need to cross our facilities because of the extent of our system. We want to ensure that we are permitting those in ways that are appropriate to protect both our facilities and members of the public from accident in sewage lines. We would be appreciative if when the reports that you have directed to be put together, we would also appreciate input on how we can improve our permitting process in ways that you think would help to mitigate the potential risk in the future from permitting these types of facilities. So your cooperation there would be much appreciated.
Yes, Mr. President, I will do that, and I will work with Mr. Esslinger to make sure that that appropriate document gets delivered here to the board. And I did want to follow up on one item. I think one of the most important items here is, besides cleaning it up and making sure it's cleaned up to the satisfaction of both NMED and the district here, is how do we make sure it doesn't happen again? And so what we are in our contract with Southwest Envirotech, we are going to have them prepare a monthly documented inspection report for this facility, for that force main line. And we're gonna, one of the carbon copies on that will be this district, so that you can have that in your records. And so we want to, obviously, we see you as a partner because we're on your right of way and we're using your right of way. And I think it's important for transparency and disclosure that you have a level of comfort that shows that we are doing the things that we say that we're going to do. So we're going to make that report available to you once we get rolling on these inspections.
Thank you, Ms. Pompeo. It's unfortunate that it was your line that caused the.
It always seems to be one of my.
That said, we appreciate your assistance in helping to improve our district from all of these facilities, which are necessary for our communities, but pose a significant risk to both our members and the members of the public who consume their products. So thank you very much, Mr. Pompeo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd be more than happy to assist in that, and I'll work with Mr. Esslinger on that.
Thank you. With that, I appreciate your time, Mr. Pompeo. I will accept the motion to recess for lunch. Recess for lunch. I vote to recess for lunch. Seconded by Mr. Garai. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. We are at recess. Madam President, Madam Secretary, please pause. Members of the public, you are welcome to partake in lunch. Please just sticking around. Recording on mute and turn on our camera. We are back in session. We are to item 9, general administrative. Byron.
I was gonna start like I usually do on my cash. Monthly cash report. I guess it's good afternoon, board and Mr. President. The cash balances as of last night. You know, I am not here.
But also, if you please admit Mr. Narvaez.
Okey dokes.
Like in the bottom right, you click and admit.
There it is. There. Okay, as of last night, we had 339,000 in the bank and about 8.9 million in our investments. Today, we are doing a transfer in because we received our large order of pipe and are expecting the invoice to come in anytime now. The book balance is 226. So that would give us 9.1 million, and that 9.1 million basically has to last us until next November. Yes, we're gonna get some more in. But by and large, this is the bulk of what we get in for the year. This is about 2.1 million more than last year. I think that's because we had actually had cash out going for our grant projects that we don't have this year because we already spent it.
What's the amount of our assessment increase?
Our assessment was $10 an acre for farm rate, 11% for flat rate. Same, no change to admin.
So roughly $1 million of that should be that.
Yes.
Thank you.
And, Mr. President, I stand for questions.
Ms. Byram, how long does it take to move money from the investment account to our cash account?
It takes about a day, maybe 2 days.
So that's a cash play question.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
One nice thing is, we do tend to earn a nice rate of return on the money in our investment account, whereas we don't earn hardly anything on our, checking account. So the more we can keep it there, the better off we are. Okay, the next part of the financial presentation is, Joe's, model showing, information, budget to actuals. You did not get a January, presentation, so I can give you a few, brief takes, but this does show basically, what we've got to date. The orange being budget, the blue being actuals. As not unexpected, labor is more than, any other type of expense. It's over budget this month because we had 3 pay periods in January instead of the regular 2. And this was a kind of a flat, budget for labor. The rest of the items show, about right. A lot of things again are under budget because, some of this is seasonally, expended and we have a lot of these things are flat budgeted, meaning that they were budgeted equally throughout the year for every month.
Did you show them the quarter view plan?
The quarter view,
Yeah, for January, November, December.
oh. Yes, I can do that. You put yeah. So this would be for the first quarter of the first EBID fiscal quarter. And again, we're about on the same track as previously. However, here you could show that or see that the labor and fringes is under budget. Some of that is because we hadn't hired in some of our positions that we have now hired in. Some of it is we had budgeted for positions that we didn't hire at all. Some of it is just things happen. There has been basically no capital outlay this year to date. A little bit for the grants, but that's it. Let's see, expenses by department. Maintenance is the largest, which is what you would expect considering that we're in the construction season and that they've been doing a lot of work, doing the grant work and a lot of doing projects and maintenance on the general system that they need to do when there's no water in the system. Admin is high, a word of, yes, sir.
Mr. President, Ms. Byram, why are we so below budget on maintenance? Does that mean that we didn't get the maintenance that we had planned, get done finished, or what happened there?
No, some of this I think is because of the,
Capital outlay.
yeah, a lot of it's the capital outlay. And then some of it's, for example, our fuel costs were actually below budget. some of our repairs and maintenance were below budget. But a lot of it's capital outlay.
So with capital outlay, does that mean that we didn't do the capital projects that we were expecting, or what do you mean by capital?
So capital outlay includes not only big capital projects, but also equipment. We haven't bought any of the budgeted heavy equipment because we're waiting to see what's going to happen. We did actually buy equipment last year and we still haven't gotten it.
What are we waiting to, what could happen that we're going to see?
Pardon?
What, so we're waiting to see what's gonna happen, what can happen that we're waiting to see?
There's maybe some budgeted changes, reallocations, maybe there's some good prices that come along or things like that.
So we could make up that, those, plant and equipment purchases later on in the year with no issue.
I can answer to that. So thank you, Mr. President. So we have delayed capital expenditures, and that's on heavy machine and equipment. For a few reasons, we split out through the year because we didn't understand the timing in which we were gonna purchase it. Right, so we think that even if we, to Karen's point, even if we do purchase it now, we won't get it until probably next year. And so what that exposes to is probably about $400,000 of that deficit is related to capital expenditures, because off the top of my head is about $1.8 million in total. And so we'll be reducing that by, 4 months, however you want to divvy it up. So it's about $400,000 or $500,000. And then the rest is labor that we were working to hire and staff those positions. And so we budgeted for them on a full year basis, but so that we could see what a full year would look like, and then we didn't fill those positions, so there's a delta there. Those are the two largest components of that, and the third would be, if you look at this expense groups there, Karen, could you just hit the maintenance on the department to the left?
To the left?
To the left, just click on maintenance. And so what that bottom thing shows you is those differences, so now you can see that capital outlay is the biggest compared to budget actuals, and labor and fringes has that delta in between it too. And so if you wanted to ever see, to answer your question, break it out by department, to see those differences, you simply will request what department and it'll show it to you.
Very good, thank you.
That's excellent. Mr. Brandon, Ms. Byron, make sure I understand. I understand it being a year out. I understand that being a thing these days. That said, are we spending cash at the time of order, or are we spending cash at the time of delivery?
Time of delivery.
So we still have, so we have last fiscal year, we had money budgeted for capital expenditures. We've ordered those items. They still have not arrived. We're into this fiscal year.
You encumber the cash.
Right.
So did the cash encumber at the end of last year?
Yes, it's restricted cash essentially.
Thank you very much. That answers the question.
I have a question. When we order it, is the price fixed?
I think
Yes.
that's more or less, yeah.
The only thing is that we ran into freight is not fit. Well, yeah, it's kind of fixed,
The
but
price is fixed, but freight is the only thing that typically we see move on us.
we also had a problem where the state pricing agreement that we bought the equipment under expired in the middle of the purchase before we got our equipment. And so then we ended up on the next price agreement.
Oh, that shouldn't have been a problem, but we could, yes, there's a way to deal with that, but technically, no, the price is fixed. The only thing that really gets us is if we have to wait a while, and you guys know how freight works. They won't deliver it to us if we don't pay the higher price. So, that's not part of the contract all the time. Sometimes it is, depends.
I think on this one, sometimes we agree to go up to Albuquerque and bring the stuff down because it is significantly cheaper for us to do that.
Mr. Esslinger, did you have a comment?
Well, I know that, a lot of those, freight costs are in our the pipe that we order from Albuquerque and send down, or it's sent over to Phoenix and then we have to haul it over here. We're looking at companies now that will build their factories close by. We don't have that's been one of the caveats that we've learned, that when you have a large purchase of pipe that you're gonna be making, they'll build a factory near you. So that's kind of neat to know. So we're looking into those kind of opportunities.
Thank you, Mr. Glacial. Please continue.
Okay, the expense per acre hasn't changed appreciably as far as proportions go. Are there any particular departments that?
I'm sorry,
Oh.
thank you. Quick interjection. It would be good to see that expense by department per acre, also by mile of waterway.
Interesting. I'm not even sure how to define that, but, so specifically, how much does it cost us to maintain a mile of waterway?
Well, no, it's the cost of our entire operation by mile of waterway. Instead of by.
Okay.
Instead of per acre. We have 600 miles of waterway and divide by 6 instead of by
Yeah.
100,000 acres.
We could calculate it. We could figure that out.
So for simplicity, we've got approximately $9 million budget. Sounds, what's our budget for mile? Do we have the drains in that?
Sure.
So the request from Mr. Roby Rosak was a way to define our total expenses by mile of conveyance and drainage.
That's gonna be an approximation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because of how we handle our land, how much we know about our land.
Yeah, there's gonna be, data deficiency there, but I can give you an approximation. Would you want it as actual dollars in actuals, or kind of what we budgeted for based on our budget?
I'd like to see just like how you have expense by department per acre,
Okay,
instead of by acre by mile of waterway.
okay.
So that is the first fiscal quarter. As far as February goes, which is our most current actuals month, we again are fairly close. You can see now that our labor is under budget. And that's because we're back to just our 2 regular payrolls. And maintenance is going to be higher than anything else. I was gonna put in a caveat about administration. There are things where it's either not economical to divide amongst everybody, or where we just really don't know where things belong, and we have been putting them into administration. So there are things that administration has that for expenses that make them look super expensive, but when really they're not, they're just taking a lot of the rest of the district's expenses into their own hands.
If I may, would you go into further detail? I'm a little hazy.
Well,
I just don't get it.
for right now, for example, we're putting all of insurance into administration. So all administration costs or insurance costs are going
Like
into.
workers' comp.
Yeah, well, actually, workers' comp, we are able to divide,
Okay,
but for the property insurance.
okay.
The directors and officers insurance, all that is just going into administration.
It's part of the overhead.
Yes, it's part of overhead. We're putting utilities, speaking of overhead, all into administration. Now, there's the fabrication building out there that has utilities, but it's hard to break out how much of the utility bill goes to there, so we're just putting it all.
All the utilities under administration.
Yeah, and all fuel costs are going in here.
So the way that I had discussed breaking it out, it wasn't necessarily like that before, and they wanted to kind of break out those expenses, but I want to, with this model, track the expenses that departments have control over. They don't have control over the cost of fuel. They don't have control over necessarily how much utilities they use, right? They don't have control over the cost of internet. So all those that benefit the company as a whole, we can put into admin so that we can track departments on, you know, let's say effective costs that they have control over, such as ordering equipment, supplies, things of that nature.
Doesn't it make it cleaner to break it out? And this, I mean, stupid ass question, but isn't it cleaner to break it out? Like you have an area for fuel, area for utilities. I mean, break it down where it's a little more clear.
We can actually break down the fuel. It does take quite a bit of time to do that.
Okay.
But for utilities, we get a utility bill from El Paso Electric, say. Yeah, I mean, we could say, well, this.
Or not break it down, but categorize it different. I mean, right? Instead of rolling it into admin.
Well, in this case, admin is the department. It's not the type of cost.
Okay.
So what you're thinking of is these expense
Yeah,
groups.
I do have them broken out like that to get this bottom line.
Okay.
By type. But
Okay.
up there, when I say administrative, admin up there is the admin department. So we took those costs out of, let's say, maintenance, because we don't need to be showing how maintenance is doing with their budget when we're adding in utility costs into their actuals. That just doesn't make sense. We want to track them on specifically what they can control, what the department head can say, hey, we need to be better about this. They have no control over utilities. They have no control over your insurance, right? It's just, that's just what it is. So.
There, the expense groups look better now.
And we do track fuel by department. We just loop it into this presentation in the admin bucket.
And stuff like capital outlay blank there, which.
We have, and that's what we were alluding to earlier. We haven't spent any dollars on capital expenditures, so heavy machinery and equipment. And the reason for that is because since this is kind of the first year rollout of that, and due to the timing of when we will expect to receive that heavy machinery and equipment, it's not gonna impact it much. But if we needed to make budget adjustments, such as we're going to have to at this next board meeting for, you know, the contractual services that we brought on since then, that's gonna come out of that capital outlay. And so right now, that's a buffer in the budget. However, we anticipate spending that capital outlay, I would assume after the irrigation season. And maybe some earlier, but the vast majority of the after irrigation season.
Okay.
And February is still firmly in maintenance season, so you will see a lot different, or maybe not a lot different, but you will see some different changes. For example, fuel costs are gonna go up by, you know, lots of factors once we get to irrigation season. Overtime, which was put into a seasonality, but in the budget, but that's gonna go up a lot. Even though they've managed to hire a number of ditch riders, so things like that that are seasonal, they're not reflected in the actuals, of course. They might be in the budget to an extent, but you'll see that change as we go through.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Byron. Please continue.
And that's, unless you have a specific question on a specific department or another specific expense group, that's kind of the overview I have for this.
For the questions or comments on the financial report. Hearing none, make a comment. Oh,
I would just say to comment, if you look at that top left, that's our monthly performance. And you can see that we are under budget every single month thus far. So I think that's an important distinction to make. Now, a lot of that, as we alluded to, is, you know, capital expenditures and not hiring those employees. But even still, this last month, you can see that we're under budget, which is a good healthy sign for us so far, so that later in the season, once we kind of have that narrowed down and figured out where we're gonna end up at the end of the season, we can purchase the needed CapEx or capital outlay, heavy equipment and machinery that the district needs to perform at a higher level.
Thank you, Mr. Franzoy. Any other comments, questions? That brings us to contracts. Ms. Byron.
So we have two contracts up for your review. The first one is for advanced testing and materials. They are a local testing company. And they do things like test our concrete to make sure it's up to spec, our soil, things like that. This is year 4 of a 4-year contract. They have no price change on their contract. And they had no changes to the basic contract license or language.
The second contract is similar, so.
Yes, the second one is very similar. The big difference with the WSP is they're going under a new name, and they're going to want to be able to change into that new name, but under the same contract. So that's the main difference there. No price change, year 4 of 4.
So this is the same company that we're saying? Are these two the same company?
No, they're different companies. They do the same type of work.
Which one was changing their name?
WSP. They are, well, actually, what were they? Wood Environmental, and then they're WSP, and now they're going to, I forget.
Yeah, and really, Mr. President, the language is in paragraph 7 of that. And they wanted some specific language about the ability to assign because they're merging into their parent company. So the contracting party is the same one that has been the contracting party before, but they anticipate this year that they're going to merge into their parent company. So they wanted to have specific language to allow that.
Thank you very much for noting the change in paragraph 7.
Mr. President.
This is Sullivan.
It's incredibly important that that assignment paragraph stick to this contract and not others. Board instructions to council all along has been no assignments to anybody unless your approval is received up front. So that typically wouldn't show up anywhere because we take the position we cannot do that. So that language is necessary to allow to do that because it would be a deviation from how this board does business.
Thank you for that clarification, Ms. Sullivan. And thank you for noting the paragraph 7 language change, Ms. Williams. Other questions? So, other than the change in paragraph 7, I will simply mention, I'm familiar with these contracts that come up every year. There are places that we do third-party testing. And so we have 2 different companies contracted to be able to accomplish that. Generally speaking, if the low-cost provider is unavailable, then we seek the alternative. It is the goal of the district to always go with the low-cost provider. Contracts we have provided for services such as yours.
These are good guys.
I have no issue with them. I don't actually,
Who works with them? Who checks on their work?
Mr. Esselman.
Yeah, all right. These people are used by our engineering department. They're called out when we do concrete force. And then also when we do soil testing on whether or not.
Okay. But they're good guys.
They are.
Do we have an in-house cop watching and then they go to them for, in other words, like up there, we do most of the business ourselves, but whenever we have an issue or we have an outlier, then we put it together and we send it to a certified lab that's different. Is that kind of how we do it here, Jerry?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Many of our labor force has also been sent to concrete schools.
Yeah.
So they understand when we ask for a 4-inch lump, that's what we want. They know how to do it even in the field.
Okay.
And so we go, we're very careful about when we make a board to make sure it's the right board, the right specs.
Other questions? Hearing none, what's the will of the board?
We do them together or
We can do them together.
I move that we accept all contracts.
I have a motion to approved by Mr. Sloan, seconded, I believe, by Mr. Roman Rosa, to approve, the contracts to Advanced Testing Materials, Inc. and WSB USA Environment and Infrastructure, Inc. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion is closed, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Mr. President, the ayes have it, the motion carries. Thank you very much, Mr. Byron. Mr. Esslinger, we come to the management section.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a quick update, certainly hopefully some of the boards that participated, Family Farm Alliance will chime in, but we did attend this conference and in Reno, Nevada, and certainly what I found from this was many of the presentations fit right at home with issues that we're dealing with. In fact, one of them was they talked about the PL 566 rule. Certainly, the lady that presented was from the NRCS from Washington, D.C. We got to meet her and visit with her. Her name is Astrid Martinez, and we're hoping to schedule a meeting with her in DC. Yeah, and that's important for the PL 566 collection programs we have in the area. That was just one of the presentations that I took note of. There is also a Bureau of Reclamation Roundtable discussion where high-level Bureau people, regional directors, as well as Brian Brain, he's in Washington, D.C. He gave a presentation as well.
Do you mean Michael Brain?
Michael Brain, I'm sorry. Michael Brain was there, and then I think what I felt was important for the three board members that attend was the network opportunities that were most valuable. Samantha did a great job of introducing folks to them as well as I did. And I think and I would like to hear from them because I think that was an important part of this is just the amount of different people that were there, from lobbyists from Washington, D.C., legislators, congressional delegation, and certainly Bureau folks. It gave certainly the new board members an opportunity to meet these folks. And I think that was very important to show that. Randy,
No, we learned a lot, got to meet people, they were, very pleased to see board member faces out. It was very interesting, I enjoyed it, it was very educational.
Yeah, I thought it was a very productive meeting with people in the bureau. When Fulham was there, we got to chat with them for 20 minutes. We met with Astrid Martinez, that was a very productive conversation. Michael Brain, Matt Massieri, and then we saw Tanya Trujillo and spent a lot of time with her. And then a lot of board members from other districts, a lot of other managers. It's a good network opportunity, and it's well worth it.
Thank you, Mr. Rosa.
Henry?
I'd like to concur with what Randy and Rafa said. Yes, it was a constructive meeting. And one of the things I'd like to bring out to the board is one of the things that I observed is what management and legal have to do, meeting with these feds and bureau people that we need for applying for these grants and stuff for. I think they opened my eyes quite a bit.
Thank you, Mr. Ludwig. Mr. Esslinger.
Okay, well, going on, I've put into your packets, news articles that have come across since the last board meeting that are interesting, and they're a bit close to home, and I just hope that you would take the time to read these because they certainly could have an impact on our district down the road. Because anything's happened in Colorado, Arizona, California, it usually continues to go east, and one way or the other, New Mexico will be affected by it. So there are at least 3 articles that I hope believe that you would take the time to read and understand, how closely they, could affect the Rio Grande and the Rio Grande Basin.
It seems like, what was covered in the first article, we actually set the ground for because we've been getting our pumping metered for decades.
That's right.
And now they're talking about how, they're barely gonna start in Arizona and the northern western states. So, really, this is gonna be going north and west from here.
Yes, yes, that's a good point. Yeah, we, in some cases, we were well ahead. The one with the, number F, we've done a lot to defray the concern of the critical habitat of the, willow flycatcher in our area. And by the things that we've done, the Fish and Wildlife Service has backed off using, using our area at one time as a target. It's no longer a target. So those are kind of things that are important. Going on to D, we have the law of the program. We just need to make sure that, the board gives travel arrangements for Greg to go up there and present. And so I need a motion.
Thank you. So the Law of the Rio Grande Conference is April 11th and 12th. I specifically, but EBID has been asked to participate on a panel that is giving the perspective of stakeholders on the potential settlement decree from the Supreme Court case. So I will be there representing the district. I'd like to tell you which day I'm presenting. It started the 11th, this week it changed to the 12th. There's a decent chance it'll change again before the conference. There is a request for travel for me to get up there, and then the 2 nights lodging I'll need to attend the conference.
I move to approve travel for, Greg Davier, who attend the Law of the Rio Grande Conference.
I have a motion from Mr. Roverosa, seconded by Mr. Colquitt to approve travel to the Law of the Rio Grande Conference as described. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion is closed. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Being present, the ayes have it. Motion carries.
And, just to thank you, again, Mr. President, for recognizing a moment of silence for President Pat O'Toole and also for Slim Whitlock, the mayor of Patch. 2 great people, gentlemen, and certainly professionals that will definitely lose.
Mr. Lack.
You know, you brought him and his wife to our house one time. We were working cattle. This guy just rolled up his sleeve and went right in there and started helping us. You know, it's really beautiful when you find somebody from another state that you never knew 5 minutes ago, then before it's over, y'all are talking about cattle, you're talking about branding, you're talking about family. We discussed a lot of things that day, Gary, if you remember, that were near and dear to the heart of all farmers and community people. And I just want to say, I've never met that man before, but after he left, to this day, I have a vision of him in my mind, and it was very impressive. And I just thank you, Gary, for bringing him and being a part of our life that one day. We worked cattle together, me and that guy and our daughter and his wife. It was fun. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lack. Your generous words are appreciated. Mr. Rattenberg.
With that, Mr. President, I'm finished with my report.
Very good. Are there any questions for Mr. Adams? Very good. We move forward to engineering and maintenance. Oh, yeah.
All right, so it's gonna be a team effort between me and Chewy to get you the maintenance update.
Fantastic. But I hold one moment.
Yeah.
Mr. Eisen here.
Yes.
It involves engineering, but I'd like to recognize Alex Rubio in the back. He's our new, senior engineer manager for our engineering department.
Yes, sir. It's a pleasure to be here. Look forward to working with everybody.
Thank you. It's wonderful to meet you. Thank you for coming today.
So we're gonna start off with a couple of projects, I guess, the West Side Canal. Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the board. We have, during our irrigation season, we had a flume fail, rather not a flume, a culvert.
Could you please share your screen?
Oh, yes. One second.
Thank you, Mr. Roverosa.
Fail on the West Side Canal, I was under B10, it's a county road. We maintenance Leo and his people went out there and did a quick fix during the irrigation season, because it's the main lateral, the main canal. But a couple of weeks ago, we got the pipe in and we're able to get that fixed up. It connects the east, it's the east drain, crosses on the B10, crosses
West.
the west side canal, and then proceeds to connect to the other drain. But it's good to go. We're planning on, right there, the picture shows, adding a concrete lining over that just to beef it up and make sure everything's safe and nothing happens to that particular crossing.
Thank you. So to help remind me, we had a double canal bank failure. It was at this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
That's-
that was at a pipe crossing for our drain.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, it connects one drain to the other side of the drain, or the other side of the canal. We've also, so that was it was a big chunk of earth to move, so we got good crews out there. We've also installed a concrete box on the Palmer lateral to accommodate a new turnout. And that was completed a couple of weeks ago. At the same time, we were able to, since we have the batch truck out there, place, for some, turnout head walls, which is a kind of a first for us in a while. So we were able to, produce our own concrete head wall instead of having to source it out. I believe that's the finished box right there.
Yeah, this project was a request from a farmer, Gary Riggs.
Yes,
on the Palmer lateral, where this pipeline had been already in place for quite some time, and he was, came to us and approached us about putting in a new turnout. And, by doing so, we had to cut into the pipeline and then build a box and then put a turnout for his farm, so.
So in addition to the turnout, he's also able to pump into that particular pump up or the sweep and bust. And send his water wherever he deems necessary. Also, we had a repair on the heading of the silver lateral. We had
Before you pass that, you mentioned pouring a turnout head wall. Are our turnout head walls precast?
They're precast, unless we get into bigger diameters, just 48-inch. We will cast those in place for 26, I'm not telling you that, 36, 24, and 12-inch turnouts when we get them, they're precast.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so this is. And those right there are the forms for those head walls. And we, up until just recently, we had someone else pour those for us, or not fabricate, but make those head walls for us, and we are now doing that ourselves. So anywhere we have a concrete pour, we'll take out those forms and make some head walls. So it's a little quicker as we go, and hopefully we'll make more of those forms to, be more efficient, to have more head walls ready as they come, because it takes a while for them to make them and get them to us, so it's good to have them on hand. Next up, the heading of the silver lateral was a unfortunate accident there, cost life of a young man, but he veered off the road and damaged the structure there. And this year we were able to go in and fix that. So there was a concrete structure around that. And that was the demo part, which we included, but they demoed that whole thing and placed new, tied in with the rebar dialed into it with number 5s. Again, I can't speak to, but how great our crews are. Our formworks, the rebar guys, the concrete guys, they're all fantastic, tradesmen. And all those are ditch riders and from other departments, so we have the ability to pull from our operations during the maintenance season, and they're out doing this kind of stuff, and it's I'm impressed every single day I go out there. We got good crews. Including the fab guys, the guys in the shop, the welding shop,
They produce our walkways, our radial gates, pretty much any metal work that has to be done, they'll take care of. And, I wish I've included some pictures of some radial gates they produce. It's fantastic. We had a new radial gate installed with the 2 counties check. We have 2 that are coming into the east side canal. They're at the heading of the Bannock check. And there's another one, I forget the name, it escapes me. On the, what's it, Garfield Canal? Yeah. That, they'll be working on here shortly. I'll hopefully present some pictures of those for the next meeting. In addition, we have also, as you know, the crews are out there on the California lateral finishing up. We're trying to get the stuff ready. That's really replacement of one of the latest concrete boxes. That's the subgrade. We put the pipes operate where it should be. And there's 2,000 feet of CMP in the California lateral right now. That's phase 1 and part of phase 2. The California extension, there's the crews laying pipe and tying those, we call them hugger bands. There's 2,600 feet of pipe in the California extension. So it's a lot of pipe, and we got great crews. I can't say enough. Operators everywhere. Of course, general maintenance for the laterals, just after irrigation season is when they start mowing to keep the weeds down, spraying the spot spraying throughout the valley. That's year round, but the turnouts are taken care of right now, and the maintenance is in post. Go out there and rehabilitate the checks that need work on that. Let's see, Todd, is pretty much anything that goes wrong during the irrigation season that we can't get to, like the linings that are cracked or that's what I'm looking for. Well, just in need of repair. You'll go on there and do some repair. Of course, radial gates, painting for all the structures that need painting. Flume, we have a lot of flumes that will fail, start leaking. We have the crews go out there and patch those up and ensure they're not losing any water into the drain or anywhere else. But that is showing. Think about that. You want to talk about hangers a little bit? We have a metering structure going in the river on this last property, and also on the Noisy River vineyard side, and that's to help us meter water coming into the boilers, and it's just another good place. There's a picture of who's putting the footing in the river. We're still in wet. That is a big chunk of concrete, I'll tell you that. That right there is the anchor. I'm not sure if you're familiar with metering cables. It's just a cable that goes across the river, and there's some kind of like basket of hydrology and other people go in and meter water and get the readings on flows and volumes. That particular picture is of the sealing well, and that's to measure levels and quality of water and see how we're doing them flows. But there's 2 anchors on each side, and those are about 8 feet by 8 feet by. It's a big cube. And it's an anchor. It needs to hold that cable that goes across. It's a inch thick stainless steel cable that they ride on. So it needs to be hefty, and we're able to get that. Those are the on the hooks that the cable was tying to the cubes. I think we have pictures of living place already. So that's going into the cube with the anchor block. And if you keep on going, we'll see other pictures of where it goes. That's stealing well. That has a walkway, or it's going to have a walkway that goes straight into it, so you're able to get to the instrumentation and take your meetings. You guys are welcome to any set of plans if you have any questions, outs.
We, put that in about a week before they released the water. And 2,200 CFS hit that still, it's solid, they were down there.
And
I
that's,
was really worried that you weren't gonna get it done.
and that's all, in-house, all that construction is in-house, the fabrication is steel wells and everything's in-house.
Yeah, our instruments will go inside the stone well. It's a critical location, worked very well with the farmers in the area, to establish that location. The river right there is maybe 100 yards wide. And so it's great for measurement. It's great. It's a straight shot. It gets really good. We can really get good instrumentation and metering at that location. So we are thankful that we were able to secure that site.
Any questions so far? Sir?
The subject of bridge crossing the canal, over two counties, what's happening there?
We're still in talks with the county and their engineering department with MoBid. We still need to get an actual date, because I know they just put signage up or just cones, I think. Yeah.
School bus falls over and then come up to EBID.
That is a county road. The question is which county?
It's the county road, that's what it's called in county.
Who's gonna take ownership of that?
One that goes under, it's one person, it's EBID.
And usually with that, it's whoever the entity that owns that is the one that takes care of that. They're all the value force and they take care of it. And usually don't have any issues, but right now it's contingent. They're like, well, okay, so yours is ours, so most certainly not EBID's.
No, I know.
But Randy, we have notified them that we'll be having water put in that system. So that's hopefully, there's a couple of areas at that bridge and one right here at Leesburg. They're working on those bridges, the DOT is working on one at Leesburg County, Doñana County is committed to repair that one. It's just trying to get Doñana County to get up there and do it. But they've told me that they are going to be the responsible party, even though it sits in Sierra County. Doñana County has indicated they were going to repair.
And there was a finishing touches for one of the anchors. They said there's two of those. Hopefully by tomorrow they'll place the second one, weather permitting. Of course, we don't want to place concrete when it's too windy. It's not good for the concrete.
You ever pour that in one lift?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, it was a foot. We'll call it a footing because it's not really a footing, but just to get the rebar in place. Otherwise, there was no way to secure it. So if a foot and then everything else is, so what you see there's about 3 feet, still that's buried. They place soil around it to keep it from bulging or compromising the form.
Other than the footing, the rest of that was a single
Yes,
lift.
sir.
Wow.
Yeah, I think there's 4,000 cubic yards of concrete just in that one.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Okay.
But that's pretty much my report for this meeting. Unless you have
Questions
questions, sir?
on the engineering update?
Yes, sir.
Mr. President. A couple of months ago, I asked for a presentation and for pictures of engineering projects to be put up on the internet. Has that happened yet?
No, not yet, no.
Okay, who's in charge of that? Who does our website?
Patrick is in charge of the website.
Does he make the website?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's IT and SCADA.
We'll make sure it gets.
Okay, yeah, I would say Mr. Esslinger.
Yeah.
Is in charge. That would be the way to put that. And I'm sure that Mr. Esslinger will receive that feedback. Press on recording. Thank you for continuing that.
thank you for bringing back up an item which has been requested and may not have yet been addressed.
The person in engineering that was developing that page has left, Anna Donahue, and so we'll get it fixed.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other questions?
Thank you. That brings us on to special use permits.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Mr. President, on the packets that we're given, we don't have the full packet here, right?
And not in the paper one, no. So we've got the list in the paper one in front of you. In the packet that is available at our town hall for town cloud.
It's electronically. You look at it
It's
very
kind of
fun.
electronic. And we do have that. It includes the full permit.
I can get it just fine, but some of the board members might not. What should we?
So that's a question that isn't quite germane at the moment. I understand the question though, and we'll get to a discussion of it at the time it's appropriate. Oh, I understand what you're suggesting.
All right.
Mr. Caballero.
All right, so today we have 6 permits, all from El Paso Electric, all within the same area. So just kind of gonna go through them real quickly here. So we have license 2024 L010 for El Paso Electric to construct, operate, and maintain aerial electrical line paralleling the college lateral from stations 10 to 31. Special conditions are box standard when it comes to power lines. Aerial crossings must be constructed and maintained to have a sag height above the bank no less than 28 feet for power lines. And licensee and or its agents must coordinate with EBID prior to construction and see the general conditions. So for this one, they're going to be paralleling this large portion of the college lateral.
Is this in conjunction with the work that's being done there? In creating a path?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Then we have 2024 L011, construct, operate, and maintain aerial electrical line crossing the college lateral at approximate station 31 plus 20. Same special conditions, aerial crossings must be constructed and maintained to have a sag height above the bank no less than 28 feet. It's gonna be the tail end of that project. We have permit 2024 L012 to construct, operate, and maintain aerial electrical line crossing the college lateral at 28 plus 25. Again, the crossings must be constructed and maintained to have a sag height above 28 feet. And we're just going down the line. Again, for El Paso Electric, 2024 L013 to construct, operate, and maintain aerial electric line crossing the college lateral at stations 17 plus 40. Same special conditions. Paso Electric for 2024 L014 to operate and maintain an aerial electrical line crossing the college lateral at stations 13 plus 00. Same special conditions. L015 for El Paso Electric to construct, operate, and maintain an aerial electric line crossing the college lateral at approximate station 10 plus 10. Same special conditions. And that is the gist of all 6 permits.
Question on the license. Mr. Robiros, I ask this question every time. Are we giving them an easement?
No.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a question.
Yes, sir.
You bring up the diagram of the first license, please. The one that shows the parallel.
Oh, yes.
There we go. And if you zoom in on that, I'm trying to understand the scope of this. So Hard to tell from this photo. Could you go to the design drawings?
Yes.
The next. Okay. So, you're sure I understand the entire scope of this. The college lateral is or has been piped. I haven't been out.
No, not yet. They're
But
still,
is-
it will
is
be.
Part of the piping and the trail
Yes, sir.
along the college lateral. I don't understand where on our right of way this parallel is occurring.
It's gonna be on the furthest right bank. They're gonna push it towards the, more closer to the homes.
Okay, so it is away from the road,
Yes.
as far away from the road as possible. And then I didn't quite understand the crossings that were necessary. Is this diagram showing that?
Yes, yes,
Crossing back across the road.
yes, that's correct. Those are the crossings. Yes, sir.
All right, that clarifies the questions I had.
If I understand correctly, on this L010, you know, Z junior high on the left.
I'm sorry?
On this L010,
Mhm.
the left side of that picture, I think it's Zia Junior High, right?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, so the little skinny lateral comes down there,
Mhm.
and right about where it says university, that's where there's a lift, a pump.
There's a pump there. Yes, sir.
It says it runs down, it's basically just a concrete ditch there.
Yes.
What's the purpose of all this?
There's, I believe there's a few, there's still quite a few users down at the tail end. Some flat raters, I believe, are still using this canal as their point of diversion.
Why did El Paso Electric want to do this?
If you let me interject for a moment, please, would you please talk about the water users group that uses the college lateral? Would you please address that, Mr. Edson? And the question of what is the purpose of the flow?
Of what?
The flowage of the college lateral.
There's two major community ditch associations within Messiah Park. One of them uses the college lateral and it turns at a 90-degree at Bowman and waters that north part of Messiah Park. The other one is Good Shepherd, and it's down there past the Capri Arc and in that area, and that's another one that takes, those two are probably the biggest area of flat raters we have still in the city limits and the park city limits. And so we still have to maintain our ditches for that. The problem with this one is always a terraplane ditch. It's concrete line, but it sits up high and it's old. It was built years when the government had owned this thing and it was cracked. So what we did to avoid getting damage, we flooded swimming pools, we've done a lot of things because of that cracked ditch. So we put in there a temporary PVC pipe in the bottom of the ditch. And we pumped the water out of a stilling well that we built where it comes off the Gillum lateral. So that irrigates those small tracts. DOT came and approached us and said, hey.
All right, so that's the first question of what's the flowage for?
Yeah.
The second question is, why is El Paso Electric doing this?
DOT came to us and approached us and said, hey, we need to widen the university lateral from Highway 28 to 478.
University Avenue?
University Avenue. And they said, we would like for you to consider us burying your pipeline, your open ditch, which is the college lateral. I said, anytime we can pipe a ditch, yes. The problem is the utility poles that were there, the way they were spaced, were in our property to begin with, but to move them out of our property would have been in the backyards of somebody's house. So we allowed them to stay within our area as long as they didn't interfere with piping the lateral. And that's what these permits are all about. There's about 5 poles.
Six permits.
So what they're doing is they're taking from that main power line, they're crossing over our lateral that's gonna be buried over university and then connecting poles on the other side where those subdivisions, those houses are going on. That's,
That clears it up.
yeah, that's it.
Thank you for the question. Like, I'm aware of what's going on there from previous permits, so I appreciate you asking the question and getting clarity. Other questions on the licenses?
Mr. President,
Mr. Lewis?
in talking to Mrs. Salopek, there's a special condition listed about, coordinating with EBID prior to the start of construction. On a practical level, makes a lot of sense, just kind of highlighting, hey, look at the general conditions because they set forth. It sounds like from experience, she has had another attorney who's tried to argue in a separate matter that somehow supersedes the general conditions and would free up that they may not have to, for example, I know it's kind of one of those things that only a lawyer can make. But the concern has been raised that perhaps there should not be reference like that to open the door to that type of argument, but the general conditions are specific as to, for example, requiring 10 days notice. And should that language be in there? Or would you like to, if Mr. President would allow this?
Sure, and let me just clarify to the board that, so all of these licenses have a second special condition, which specifically says you have to coordinate with us. I understand engineering's request for that as just kind of a foot stomp. You gotta let us know when you're working on our facilities. It is in the general conditions on the back of every permit, on the back of every license, excuse me. It is included in there. Appreciate Mr. Lucci pointing out that, when lawyers start lawyering, they can find creative avenues for interpreting what is written on these licenses. Let me Ms. Salvin, would you like to comment?
Yeah, so essentially the issue is that you have very strict requirements in your general conditions about what is submitted, when, timelines, that sort of thing. Special conditions are something that we include when there is not a board policy on it, or we're deviating from a board policy, or it is not otherwise covered in the general conditions. So the foot stomp should occur in the form of a cover letter with this license saying, don't forget to look at your general conditions, but I would not want to see a general condition be torpedoed by a separate contract provision in your special conditions. So what that initial special condition could do is say, well, they just have to coordinate, and we don't necessarily have to agree on what that means because that supersedes the specific timelines and submissions in the general conditions. And that has been brought to us. There's two live issues where that is a problem for me right now in other permit contexts. So I've always advised staff, stay away from anything that would change our general conditions. And if you need to make sure these people are following our instructions, include it in a cover letter instead of as a special condition.
Thank you very much for that history, Mrs. Salvin. Mr. Lutz, what is your recommendation to this board?
I think my recommendation would be to remove that as a special condition, just to eliminate that kind of argument ever being made.
All right.
And I apologize to staff, it wasn't something I thought of in the meeting last week.
I don't mind recognizing, I made this, I had an oversight here and I've got it now.
And by the way, I would not agree that that's a valid argument for an opposing counsel to make. But we just want to avoid the dispute, is what you're trying to do.
So Mr. Lutz's recommendation is to strike that second special condition for these licenses and to include it in a cover letter instead.
I want to be clear, we have not agreed that it is a valid argument against our contract, but we're fighting over it.
Yeah, you want to avoid the fight.
Oh, absolutely.
So with that, I look to the board for what their will is.
So to help clarify things, the motion will be to approve the licenses as presented, striking the the second special condition regarding notification of the district. If that's what you choose.
Just keep it simple, right? I mean, hell, I don't know, maybe I'm undersimplifying it, but keep it simple, pass it, but hell, no?
No, I think what you're saying is pass it.
Yeah.
With striking that second condition.
Sure, why not? I'll keep it simple.
I'm gonna accept that as a motion. Is there a second? Well, I gotta give you a second first.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Blackman, like,
What are we gonna do about the fees on this?
so there's no request to waive the fees. That's an excellent question, Mr. Plaisel. Motion on the floor is to approve these 6 licenses as presented, striking the second special condition which discusses notification of the district. Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Mr. President, the ayes have it, the motion carries, the licenses are approved. All right, that brings us to item 12, discussion legal services contract with Barncastle Law. This is not my agenda item, but without objection from either the board member that requested or the rest of the board, I would like to open this with foundational discussion of what the contract is. Hearing no objection. So the district currently has a legal services contract with Barncastle Law. This contract was awarded pursuant to RFP for legal services. This contract was renewed in December. It is not eligible for renewal again. We are on the last renewal of this contract. This board has taken action to review the legal structure at EBID, to hire a consultant to help us identify and recruit legal services contracts for how this board chooses to structure legal services in the future. We should recognize that the clock is ticking on the contract to Barncastle Law. We cannot simply extend it, renew it. We must complete our work in this fiscal year before December, before the contract of Barncastle Law expires, so that whatever the board chooses in structuring legal services, there is not only time to get those folks hired, but time to get a proper transition of whatever portions of our current caseload needs to be handed off to whatever firms. That is the current status of the contract with Barncastle Law. We have a short time frame to do this. Mr. Luce laid out for us previously how long this is expected to take, and we are against it, against the wall in terms of time to get all these things accomplished. So that would be my foundational discussion of that. With that, Mr. Pope, what you asked for this item of discussion, I turn the floor to you.
Sure, so Greg, you said we have to complete all the work within the rest of the year, right? That means all the work she's working on?
That's correct. We cannot simply extend or renew her contract again to extend it.
Is that feasible, Sam?
I think you're not quite understanding what he's saying. There's no way I'm ever gonna finish all of EBID's work. It never ends.
Okay.
So what you have to determine is what will be transitioned and when and how. But my contract ends December 31st, barring me, for example, reapplying for another one. But it has to go out to RFP every 4 years.
So we have pending cases, litigation, so on and so forth. Could you request extensions, or I don't even know if you do this, can you pause everything with them? All the people waiting to hear back from you? I mean, because I'm sure you have more deadlines coming up, right?
So I
I
understood the
can't get
question.
into these conversations in open session.
The question just in general, so we'll just ask Mr. Lutz, in general. If we had a dozen pending cases, could you simply ask the court to pause all those for say 12 to 18 months while we sort this out?
No,
That's sufficient. Thank you very much, Mr. Lutz. I think that answers the question on that. We've got to have a normal orderly transition. We cannot simply ask the courts and other parties to wait on them.
Okay, and, Sam, you're running for Senate, is that right? Is one, no? Yes.
State Senate?
Yeah.
Yes.
There you go. Okay, so will that affect your work at EBID, or where do you say, how do you balance all of that?
The same way I balance work for, say, my irrigation district in California or Montana, whoever I'm doing work for, I just
Just add it on. Okay,
just schedule. So I would take, essentially, I would take less work elsewhere
okay.
to do that. Yeah.
Where are we at with the search for a new attorney?
So I want to, if I can, kind of correct the question.
Sure.
The direction of this board was to search for a consultant
Okay.
that would advise us on a proper way to structure the legal services letter of our district.
Sure.
I would hand that over to, Mr. Roby Rosa, who is currently chairing the, legal review committee.
So we have a scheduled or a scope of work. Yeah, it's not an RFP, right, Gary? It's a, what would you call that?
Request for quote.
Okay, request for quote. Out under 60,000. Under 60,000. We've been sending it out to different consultants and different people that we think would be reasonable candidates. And we have received 4 responses, but I requested that we not close the window on receiving additional responses because I haven't been satisfied with the number yet.
How are the 4 so far? Have you heard?
I want to keep it. I want to see more options.
Okay. Okay.
So that's neither a positive nor a negative review of those that have
Yeah,
applied.
that's not a review. I just want to see more options before we.
When's what's your timeline there? What are you thinking?
I hope that we can choose at the next board meeting.
So
Yes,
it's essentially 1 more month.
We're
So.
getting the consultant.
Correct.
Yeah, I can.
Mr. President.
So our original deadline was Friday, and we hope to have a contract in your guys' hands by this board meeting to review. But since we want to broaden our candidate selection some, we failed to receive a lot of response because we had some outreach. We're gonna reach back out, we're gonna extend the deadline. One of those candidates is in the room, Steve Fernandez. Steve, we're gonna extend the deadline to kind of just keep it outreach more, according to the Robbins County.
And this is just a search for someone who will help us search.
Yeah, to fulfill the contract, and we can provide to you what that contract looks like. If you're curious about the scope of work, just get in touch with me.
Okay.
Would you, Mr. Franco, would you please send out the scope of work to the board?
Yes.
Thank you.
So we're giving it 1 more month to find someone who will help us search.
So the direction from the board was to find somebody to first advise us on what a reasonable structure would look like, to provide all of the legal services that EBID requires. So to understand what our legal services requirements are, and then how they would expect to see that structure. So whether it's one individual, they work in-house, they do it all, or whether it's, you're gonna need specialized here in general there.
Sure.
I don't know what that looks like. But that was the request of the board, is trying to figure out what right looks like.
Okay.
And then the second part of that was to help recruit legal services based on the decision of the board for the advice of that structure. That is how I understood the direction of the board.
Okay.
Mr. Edson.
No, you stated exactly what that is.
So Mr. Colquitt, your question on timing. I had hoped to have a contract for that consultant at this board meeting.
Why don't we just go with what we have? Something. I mean, we have 4, right? We have 4 people that we could pick from that'll help us find an attorney.
So in the question of why don't we, it was the advice of the committee assigned to develop the scope of work and to oversee this process.
Okay.
It was the advice of that committee to extend it.
Okay.
That there was insufficient, there was insufficient information and scope of applicants
Sure.
to, properly make a decision. And they advised holding off and, giving it more time.
Sure. Okay.
That said, it is a reasonable point, as I pointed out, the clock is ticking, we've got to get this done, and it takes time. As Mr. Luce laid out for us at our last board meeting.
When is the deadline to start hiring someone? Because there's RFPs in this whole.
So, given that you're asking that,
There's gotta be a month.
It will take me a moment. I'm gonna bring up the notes, but I'm gonna hand it off to Mr. Eslinger as I review.
Part of the problem in our original search, we're getting emails bounced back. That doesn't mean that nobody's saying no, we just can't get a hold of them. So we're looking at finding new contacts to the people that we sent out searches before.
Okay,
And it's just, Friday came along and Joe is getting bounced emails. So if we can find the right email, we can get it back out. We have a large group, over 15 people that we've reached out to. But we're getting some difficulty in getting them contacted. So
the consultants aren't calling you all back?
or they're bouncing back.
Really?
Or some are passing.
Some are passing saying
So
no.
there's either no contact, insufficient addresses to reach out to / contact information,
Okay,
or
so out of the 15, we have 4 that, they're interested.
I'll send you an update. I have every single email document and everything all in one. I'll just send it. And you can see all the responses.
Okay.
So.
Greg, I want to say something here. I was in China for 21 days and we asked this Chinaman a certain specific thing that we wanted. And he turned to me and says, Mr. Lack, that's very difficult to do. And so we leave, we go to the next place and Van, who's our CEO, turns around and says, if you ever hear a Chinaman said that's difficult to do, look under the word impossible. What we're trying to do here is a very difficult thing to do.
Sure.
So if you're gonna do that, have the patience, and time may well extend out before. So be thinking about what your next move is past that timeline that stops.
Okay.
You see what I mean? Because what you're asking for, PK, I'm not just trying, but because I've been here a while and I've seen several lawyers come and go.
Sure, sure.
And that man over there in the corner can tell you, he's smiling over there. What you're asking for is a very difficult thing, as a Chinaman speaking here.
Okay. Okay.
So I think kind of the deadline that we had discussed last board meeting was about 6 months.
Yeah.
So that's timing to get this contract done, time to give them consulting, and time for Samantha to hand off tasks.
Okay.
So that will be extended by
Okay.
approximately 1 month. Right, but it's still 6 month time period, but yeah.
Sure. So now we're looking at September, must be?
So we're looking at meeting the deadline right at the end of the year, by the end of June. We have until the end of June to bring the consultant on, and based on the timeframes we discussed, we don't know if those are accurate, those are estimates, right? So.
I apologize, Mr. Colquitt. Usually I'm quicker at bringing up my notes in previous meetings. I don't have them in front of me. But that time sounds about right.
Sorry, Mr. President, the minutes in your board packet also state, just for posting for legal counsel, about 45 to 60 days. That's just for posting. So
Okay.
because it is difficult in those states, you want to go a little longer.
So
Now,
if we hire a consultant in April,
Okay.
somehow we hard charge this to the point of having an RFP ready to go out in May.
Wow. Okay.
Then we would be looking at 45 to 60 days from there, when we would be expecting to be considering our first contracts. And then following that, there is a period of time that is necessary to do the transfer of workload as needed from whoever's doing it now to whoever will be doing it then.
Okay.
and I think that was suggested a minimum of 30 to 60 days.
Thank you very much. It's very clear. Appreciate it. Mrs. Sullivan.
It also depends on what you want accomplished. Steve can help you a little bit in terms of how long it takes to train a lawyer who actually sticks around. I've failed 4 times, and every time I get about 6 months to a year in, they throw up their hands, they say it's too hard, and they walk away. I'm the only one that I know has stuck it out. So Steve, how long did it take you to train me?
Well, we didn't train you.
Well,
I mean, it's just a problem of getting lawyers, in natural resources down here in the law services area. It's a hard thing to do. We have plenty of contacts. There are a lot of graduates from UNM that take a natural resources specialty. They just don't come down here.
they stay in Albuquerque and they stay in Santa Fe. And that's where you see the bulk of post-water lawyers that I still work with.
I appreciate that input, Mr. Hernandez, and I just want to state, given that he's an applicant for this, I'm not asking for your advice free today, but I appreciate that you were willing to offer. In the why, I don't really know the answer of why.
Okay, yeah, you heard me. Why the hell sometimes I come here?
I have been present.
We pay good money.
No, you don't.
I have been present for,
You think we pay too little?
Yep, I cannot retain anybody in this area because of the lack of pay.
And then let me
I'm
ask you,
willing to do it for a lot cheaper than most people.
what is an attractive?
I have the answer to that.
Let's hear it.
So I've done the research. An attractive rate of pay is about $250 an hour. Samantha, prior to her extension, was charging $175.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm still not even.
And you were trying to get someone to help you at 175?
No. So I have tried, contract, we've tried hiring separate firms. We've tried internal, which their hourly rate was 140 an hour, 150, during Texas versus New Mexico because of what they were doing.
Okay.
So that for a starting associate doesn't translate to what their salary is. But remember, on $350,000 a year that I bill EBID,
Sure.
I support 2 paralegals, an office secretary, and a contract attorney, not just me. So that, I mean, when you look at what my take home is, you would be shocked.
Yeah,
You run a business, you know what overhead looks like.
sure.
So that is because I've been willing to do it for pennies on the dollar of what you would get elsewhere because I'm from here and it's an interest, right? But if you were to hire someone else, each attorney assigned would be making that. And that's where the board has just said, we can't afford that. So they've stuck where they are. And
What
I
can we
can't
afford, Joe? What can we afford?
I think that's a pretty loaded question, but
This year, what you have budgeted for is my consistent legal fees and the ability to train someone within $100,000 to $150,000 extra buffer. So you can afford a
450, 500,000.
part-time lawyer, of lower, lesser training quality.
Can
I
I
will not afford a big water buffer on that.
to kind of clarify that, what can we afford? This board sets the assessment, sets the budget.
Okay.
We do that by being informed by our members.
Okay.
So what can we afford? We are expected to distill that and set that.
Okay.
In the given year, Mr. Franjoy has described the constraints.
Sure.
We've also described, like, if there's extra money and we decided to spend it here instead of there, where's it gonna come from? For the most part, the only easy button is capital expenditures, which we have discussed at length, is where the easy button has been repeatedly, and our difficulty with depreciation.
Okay.
So on the money side of it, there is that. I want to continue to emphasize though, that wherever we go, I am concerned about getting there by December. I will tell you, I am concerned about getting there by December. And that's with this board being as active as they are and hard charging it.
Yeah.
I have experienced, both just in attending the board meetings as well as my time on the board, the extraordinary difficulty in getting responses to RFPs for legal services. Either folks can't do that because they've already been retained by entities that we have a conflict with.
Yeah.
Or they're just not interested. I have watched the previous firm that we had a contract with try to recruit and retain associate counsel and struggle. It is.
Because we're
it is
not paying enough.
I don't know all of the answers for why.
Okay.
That's one that's been presented today, but I've just watched the struggle. I've watched the results.
Sure.
Because this has been a harder nut to crack. I appreciate the different approach that the board of directors is looking to take. Well, let's try something out of the box. Great. It's taking this time though.
Sure, sure.
I hope that helps to clarify.
No, it does.
Mr. Esslinger.
As Steve alluded to, we even hired a law firm from Albuquerque in the natural resource area to help assist on some issues down here, excluding water. And I I couldn't afford it. Because even though the lead attorney was charging a certain amount, he'd send 4 law students down here to do what he should have been doing in the first place, coming down here himself. And it just exacerbated the cost of having a team of 4 come down charging a different rate than what we would just pay him to do. So it's difficult to find that type of firm that will spend the time that's in to come down here without sending first an entourage of law clerks, let's say, you know, that are working for that firm. So it's very difficult.
And I think the easy answer is based on the advice given from the consultant. You know, the budgeting factors, and everything will be taken into account.
Okay.
So. Hope that's what. Thank you.
You know, PK, you look at all those signs up and down the highway, if you were chasing ambulances, you could find lawyers everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
But this is such a different niche. And when I first worked on this sport, I thought it'd be pretty easy, not easy, but I thought it'd be somewhat something doable.
Sure.
And that was one of the hardest things I come to see is the 3 or 4 lawyers that we did, because they were really nice people. And when we try to work with them, we try to be friendly with them, we try to do everything we can to keep them on the board. Next thing you know, they're gone. But without much of a warning, by the way.
Okay.
Usually it's a Supreme Court brief or a federal court brief that gets handed over and then they just panic and quit.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Colquitt. Other questions or comments? My final one. Difficult process, it takes time. Specifically with the fact that we don't have a contract in front of us to approve today for a consultant that's extending our time some. We have an under $60,000 contract for Mr. Lutz to handle everything that doesn't touch water, which is plenty, but everything that doesn't touch water, you know, the interim. I'm concerned with the timeline in front of us that it will be insufficient. This board had given direction to management 13 months ago to go to RFP for that. That has not occurred. There are various things that we have attempted since then, including hiring in-house counsel, but that is still standing direction to management, which many members of this board were not involved in. Mr. Ettlinger has asked if he can proceed with that in order to rectify the situation that when we reach $60,000, Mr. Lutz's contract expires. And getting something more permanent in place specifically for that scope of work.
When do we hit 60 on him?
Sooner than you expect. I can't give an answer to that because I don't know exactly what's gonna come up. But
What's your bill so far?
My bill so far, my first bill was about 1,700. That's not counting worse in March.
So we've got 3 years.
It will start to increase.
Right.
Because it's building up, but that's
So-
where I'm at right now.
We are, based on the discussions we've had under the RFP, getting the consultant, we're somewhere around 120 days, going fast, as fast as we possibly can. We have contracts in front of us from an RFP process based on the new legal structure advice.
Okay.
I'm concerned Mr. Lutz's contract is not gonna make it 120 days. And it can ramp up quickly based on the load that gets presented in any given month. I don't know what tomorrow brings. I can't see the future. I just know that there's plenty of work to be done. Given that, Specifically, the scope of work that was set out for Mr. Lutz, which is to handle the governmental law that is not involved in water or federal reclamation law. Mr. Esslinger has a directive from this board to send that out to RFP, which is still pending. He's asked to act on that, and I want to know if there is any objection to Mr. Esslinger acting on the direction from this board that we did previously.
Where the hell, I'm sorry, go ahead.
To clarify, to find an in-house attorney?
No, there was a direction from this board to go to RFP for essentially what Mr. Lutz is currently doing.
Thank you.
So whenever we hit 60 with him, we have someone else.
Actually, you're suggesting that we just do that now.
Well, hold on, let me,
So what I said is Mr. Esslinger has requested if he can act on the direction from this board that was given previously. This is all.
don't participate in this conversation.
Okay,
So the direction was initially to put out an RFP to look for general legal services, but to exclude me. I would stay under my current contract, exclude Selena, she would stay under hers, and try again to find another Selena. That RFP exists, but it never got put back out. So it exists because that's what Selena applied on, okay? So that would be the RFP that goes out, and it would be the exact same scope of work as what we put David on. But through an RFP process, there, you would not have the $60,000 limit. That's why I'm telling him not to participate, because he will theoretically be applying. So that should go out immediately. Right after that, we had the firing of the manager and all sorts of things happen, and that got put on hold, and the instruction changed. And it went from, don't put that RFP out, instead create in-house legal counsel. I started on that path, and then the direction changed again. Samantha, don't touch it. Joa and Gary will handle it now. And that's where you guys currently are. So I'm about halfway through the process of finishing my memo. I finished figuring out what it would look like. I haven't written the memo to advise the client on in-house legal counsel. I stopped, but we had the RFP ready for the scope of work David has under an RFP, so no limit on fees. And then we didn't issue that because the board went a different direction and went to the in-house counsel. I was part of the way through finishing setting that up, and I was stopped on that. So we could do either or both.
Thank you for the clarification on the timeline, Ms. Saltek. So to answer a question you may not have, but I think that I heard. If we do this, and then the legal structure advises to do something different, how are we bound by it? And the answer is we're not. We have a contract with somebody who's capable of providing legal services beyond the $60,000 limit. That does not assign them work. The assignment of work still comes from the manager. And there can be a change in direction of that within the term of that contract. So going to RFP on this now does not somehow permanently bind us if our consultant says that's the wrong way to go. But it does get us through the period from now until we have things done, should we run into this $60,000 limit that Mr. Lutz's contract currently is under.
Dan, we're about to be out of legal attorneys everywhere, right? In-house counsel and water, right?
We're not there yet, but he's saying is do something before you get there.
Yeah. Correct.
President, do we need a motion to tell Mr. Esslinger to carry out that directive?
No.
What's the?
I don't believe so, because the action of this board has been made. That said, it is not my interest to surprise you with, this is an action that was taken before the election, and now suddenly we're doing it and you didn't know it was coming. If there is opposition to it, I want to know that, at which point we will put this on an agenda in the future.
So point of clarification, you typically would not instruct at this stage. That's something that happens internally based on seeing the need, right? We know we need someone to do concrete testing. put the RFP out, handle all the internal work. Your formal action is approval of the contract. So this is direction to staff, and direction doesn't require your formal, moving anything. It's just direction. And say we put out an RFP and it comes back and you've decided to go a different direction at that point, we just notify the candidates, never mind, essentially.
It's also possible to vote no on a contract in front of them.
So
Yeah, we
it
can
would,
choose not to award a contract, but I will step in that this process is a lot more difficult than the RFQ processes we have been going by. So let's just be clear there that,
staff time.
yeah, it's gonna take significant more staff time. We have to have sealed envelope bids. We gotta award those. It's gonna be a lot.
Which is why Mr. Ethlinger came to me now.
Yeah.
Recognizing potential time constraint. And we don't want to get, if we realize we've waited too long, by the time we actually realize that, there's not enough time to put it on the table.
Mr. President, does this require any action on behalf of the board?
If the board is opposed to this, I need to know at which point we will agenda this formal discussion and an action from this board. That's specifically why I brought it up, why Mr. Esslinger had asked me to bring this up. I need to know if there's opposition to them working the process as they've already been directed to do.
Well, I'm concerned, continue.
Oh, yeah, get on it.
I believe you have sufficient direction, Mr. Esslinger. Do you need anything further?
No.
Are there any, so that covers the discussion. I'm sorry, Mr. Esslinger.
Can I ask if there's any opposition if we finish the in-house counsel work that she was doing, so I have at least notice of how that would proceed down the road? Because that was part of the direction that was given prior to. It's just, if we know how to bring in an in-house counsel, it may be a way to go. But at the same point, I don't know all of the ramifications of doing that until she finishes her memo to me.
So it is my opinion that information would be useful when we're receiving advice from our consultant that we hope to hire.
I think it's confused. Are we looking for an in-house counsel?
No.
Okay,
That
was
is
very
not,
stated,
that is
though.
not the discussion we just had. That is a second discussion that he is bringing up. And in that discussion,
We were, and we've stopped because you guys went a different direction and decided to hire the consultant. But we were instructed to start opening an in-house legal counsel position, in fact, post it January 1st. And we did not do that because this board's direction changed, but we were part of the way into setting that up.
so what Mr. Aspinger is asking is if he can complete the process so he understands the process of going through in-house counsel, so that that information can be considered during our advice from the consultant.
Doesn't mean you have to
They
do it.
haven't finished that process.
I just need to know.
And he wants to know if anyone's going to blow up, if he works that, he wants the information.
And Gary, you were just asking, oh, wait. Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, would you please?
I don't think is that a good use of time? If we're not gonna go that way, we're not gonna go that route.
Well, the consultant that you're hiring may give you that as an option. I'm not sure what he would do, but he may say you need an in-house counsel and a firm to do all your water works. So I don't know what his option would be.
I would say until we get the consultant hired, I wouldn't waste time.
So what I'm hearing there is an objection from the board. And so at which point in time, if we need to move further on that, we need to properly agenda it and get action from the board.
Mr. President,
Mr. Blake,
it would be my opinion to put on hold, temporary hold, till we figure it out.
so that is also a voice of objection. Thank you. Thank you all very much. So what we discussed, the current status of the legal services contract with Barncastle Law, the proximate urgency of completing our work because our contract is not eligible for renewal, the timeline for hiring a consultant, and the requested action to proceed with the RFP process, essentially that would be very similar to the scope of work that Mr. Lutz is currently operating under with an under $60,000 contract. So we completed discussion on this agenda. Thank you very much. That brings us to agenda item number 13, which is review of policy to waive fees from constituent licenses. And I believe Mr. Besson, you were prepared to make some comments on that.
I just included in your,
I'm sorry, Mr. Roby Rose.
Really quick, Mr. President, it's 2:00, we have a lot of work still coming up. In the later items, we're gonna set up committees, we're gonna recommend that we set up committees, one of which would cover this. Is this something that we would want to punt to committee in order to save?
You can motion to table it. Are you moving it? Because
I moved to table this.
So I have a motion to table item 13. Is there a second?
Second.
There is not in favor of the motion. All those in favor, please signify. Now, let me just clarify what table means. It does not postpone it to another meeting. It means we're moving it to the end of the agenda. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, chair, the ayes have it. Item 13 is tabled. Brings us to item 14. Mr. Rosa.
I moved to table this.
Okay, there's a motion to table item 14.
Yeah,
A second from Mr. Colquitt. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair, the ayes have it. Item is tabled. Item 15, Mr. Glacial.
This does us no good as far as today's timeline, does it?
Yeah, so what Mr. Roby wrote has suggested is that item 17 may find all of these items referred to committee.
Okay, thank you.
And so his point being that handle this in proper orders to table them, discuss this, and then we can decide if we're going to discuss them today or table them.
Thank you.
Or from committee. Item 15 is discussion of alternative revenue streams.
I also moved to table this until after item 7.
Would you like to include item 16 in that as well?
And 16, yes.
So item 15 and 16 have been moved to be tabled.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Sloan. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We'll show the ayes have it, and the items are tabled. That brings us to item 17. So the committee report that we have today is the Rules and Ethics Committee report. The committee met, you have a written, report in your electronic packet. I will hand it to the committee chair, Mr. Rogan.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the committee met on February 16th. All members were present and all members agreed to what is in the report. The committee proposes that we'll create standing committees that are just standard committees that oversee most, if not all of the functions of the EBID. If there is ever a function that doesn't fit into one of these committees, then we can create an ad hoc committee. And that's a temporary committee to handle that issue. So the permanent committees that the Rules Committee suggests are operations and maintenance, budget and finance, government affairs, legal review, capital improvement, land use, water resources, and board rules and ethics. Many of the committees that we currently have already fit into one of these. For example, settlement review would just have its name changed to legal review. Some of the committees don't exist. There hasn't recently been an operation committee. Budget and finance would be what was the budget committee before. Does anybody have anything to say about those 8 committees? Is there anything that you guys think that we're missing or that is excessive?
The grant reviews and whatnot would go into what?
That would probably either go into capital improvement or government affairs. It would actually be, it would span multiple committees. But implementation would probably be capital improvement. Actually getting the grants would probably be something that's recommended by operations and maintenance or budget and finance, and then it would go to government affairs to find where the grant could come from.
Okay.
Yeah, and then once the grant is obtained, then it would go to capital improvement to make it happen.
So it just flow through committee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Joe.
I was just gonna
suggests that capital improvement and budget should be one and the same. And the reason for that is you cannot do one without the other, and you're in rolling quorum if you are talking about the budget items, right?
Yeah, Mr. President, this idea of rolling ideas through committees is your rolling quorum problem 100% of the time. So when you have.
Yeah, that's not quite what I was suggesting. I was saying that
But just for those two, I would suggest putting those two together because you really can't do one without the other. So at least for those two committees, I think that you could call it finance committee and they handle both of those items, budget and expenditures, but.
Yeah, I think that, that they're different enough that they should be separate. Budget and finance would set the budget for those sorts of things. Capital improvement is more overseeing the implementation of said capital improvements.
And I've got a comment on that as well. Capital improvements is not about where I find the money. Capital improvements is about where to focus the big picture ideas. If there's an idea about we should pipe, X lateral for X number of feet. Capital, before it gets to the point of discussing it as a whole, capital improvement committee would review that, try to make some sort of understanding about the benefits to the district, and then present that to the board. When it gets done and how it gets funded is a budget and finance question. It doesn't need to be discussed in budget and finance if the board doesn't want to do those types of capital improvements. It is intended to help guide the modernization of the district, the improvements of the district in a way that is less ad hoc than our current approach, which is to at the staff level, try to guess the will of the board and apply for grants.
So it's more of an innovations committee rather than capital improvements.
One of the original names suggested was planning committee. And that will committee will be in charge of making the master plan for the district.
Okay. Mr. Rovirosa had asked if we had a CIP. We don't. Those sorts of aspirational plans, that's what capital improvement committee would do. That's how I understood it based on the discussions at the committee meeting before this. Mrs. Sullivan.
So to make things abundantly clear that you're not doing the rolling quorum, all committees should report back to the full board and then
That's correct.
report out to other committees.
Yeah, we should definitely receive training in how to work in committees and how to interact with the board and other committees.
Thank you for that clarification. And when you said that, that was what I thought. But
Yeah.
thank you for clarifying it. And that is the expectation of the board. Committees do not reassign their things to other committees.
Right.
They report back to the board. Very good.
Okay, so committee composition and member selection. Should I go through this and then see if we approve it and then we can form committees if it's approved?
Yes.
Okay. So the idea here is that we select members of the committees based on who wants to serve on those committees. That way every board member can work on what interests them the most as far as EBID is concerned. So another idea is that each board member that's not the president be the chair of one of the committees. So there's 8 of us, there's 8 committees. If there's a board member that just does not want to chair or can't chair a committee, then I think it's acceptable for one board member to chair 2, but I think that's the limit. And the president should chair committees. So committee assignments will be made by board members choosing the committees on which they would like to serve. There is a page, few pages back that has some ballots, and basically we will just number 1 through 8 which committee we want to serve on.
Since we already have some committees, but these, we can start over?
We could start over, or I think we should just
Start.
keep. Oh,
I think we should keep some of them going for it. Just rename. Well, like budget committee.
Well, for example, I think I'm on 4 committees right now, and I probably shouldn't be on that many.
That's fun.
Yeah. And then, yeah, I think we should just redo them. It's not gonna take very long. A lot of us might end up on the same committees anyway.
And to be clear, committee assignment does not need to be made in today's board meeting. The process for committee assignment is what this committee is asking the board to consent to.
So if more than 4 members, we can have more than 4 members on the committee. So if more than 4 members would like to serve on the committee, then the board will vote for members that volunteer via ranked choice. So if there are 5 board members that want to serve on a committee, then we can all rank them in order 1 through 5. And the people that have the most votes, basically the person that has the least number 1 votes will get this meeting, and the other 4 will make it. Joa has worked on Excel to help us do this.
I think that, and I'll just kind of add to that point, that it was kind of instructed by me that a board member will not serve on more than 2 committees, right?
It might be 3. They can't chair.
Okay.
More than 2 committees.
That's fair. So I think that the first thing, there's an intermediate step in between that is, let's say 5 candidates want to be on budget and finance board. Well, then the option goes to somebody to back out to go to a different board. And then if no parties are willing to do that, so we don't get to 4 amongst yourselves, I'm just kind of paraphrasing what I was instructed, then it would go to vote to select who chairs that board.
That's right. It would be better if one person just decides to serve on a different committee.
Yeah, just so we can save time with that.
Okay, the chair of each committee will be selected by the committee. And if the committee can't select the chair, then the president will appoint the chair. If a committee is given oversight of a function that is influenced by location in the district, so for example, operations, the committee should be comprised of board members from geographically diverse areas in the district. So we shouldn't just have 3 board members from the middle of the valley on operations, because they're not going to be up in the north, and not going to be down in the south. The idea is to have a staff member be part of the committee and attend every single one of those committee meetings. It could be more than 1 staff member. And the board members on a given committee will select the members of staff that regularly attend the committee. And they invite others to the meeting. A new idea is to include stakeholders, if appropriate, on committees. And there are some committees that will have almost exclusively confidential information. For example, the law review committee, that one probably does not need, probably can't have any stakeholders, but others can. Committee should include stakeholders if appropriate. Stakeholders must be nominated by the board, by the board members on the given committee, and must be confirmed by the board. Each board member on a committee may nominate 1 stakeholder member of the committee. If a committee is given oversight of a function that is influenced by location in the district, then the stakeholder membership in geographically diverse areas in the district. So geographically diverse areas, I put north being districts 1 or 2, north central 3, 4, and 5, south central 5, 6, and 7, and south 8 and 9. So 5 is double counted, just to make it work. Any questions on that? The next page, I wrote an outline for what each committee should look like as far as members go, stakeholders, and members of the staff. Not every committee is going to need 4 people. But some should have 4 members, like operations and maintenance. And if I may, Mr. Rubber, the committee discussed the size of committees. We have 8 committees and we make them all as large as possible. That has all of us serving on a lot of committees. And just 4 was the maximum. And so it would be my recommendation that we strive
keep the committees at the smaller size of the recommended range. The fewer committees you're serving on, the more focused you can be on the committees you do serve on.
So I'm open to, making this more flexible. We don't have to have 3 to 4 on, budget and finance.
I was not disagreeing with what was laid out here. I was just giving my opinion on where there's a range. Smaller the ranges is
Question,
preferable.
Mr. Glacial,
how we can find stakeholders to participate on this?
we nominate, each board member nominates one. Each board member that's gonna be a member of the committee nominates one.
The practical matter, we've tried that before and we get nobody.
Yeah,
That's all.
it's aspirational, of course.
That's an excellent way to put it. Thank you. It is aspirational. Can any of these committees operate with 0 stakeholders? Of course they can. But we recognize the importance of engaging stakeholders. Yeah, and it's aspirational. Thank you, Mr. Rubin.
Okay, next page, roles and responsibilities, roles of committees in general. The role of the board is not to manage the district, but to oversee management and set policy. To make board meetings efficient and effective, committees are created for the purpose of policy development, interim guidance, conveyance of constituent concerns, and oversight. Purview of each committee. Assignments will be developed within each committee and by assignments from the board. This section will be written in more detail in upcoming drafts of the formal policy that guides the committee process. Responsibilities of the committee are to schedule meetings, coordinate with committee members, communicate with management, write reports to the board, present reports to the board, and run meetings. Any questions or comments?
Oh, we have the voting procedures on the next page. I think we've discussed it. That's the process of selecting committee members.
One comment to be careful about is that the board members do not instruct staff, they instruct Gary. So the board will not be selecting the staff people for these. Gary will. That's to protect you guys from having your hands into the employment issues that you're not supposed to.
That's correct, and we discussed that in committee as well. That we have an expectation of.
I mean, as a practical matter, you go to Gary and you say, hey, we need this person.
Yeah.
He does it, right? So I'm just procedurally how we say this is important.
But capital improvement, the recommendation here is 1+ staff members. I have my ideas. That said, Mr. Esslinger knows, staff availability, their workload, and who he believes has the most specialized knowledge to assist the committee. The committee will advise Mr. Esslinger whether that staff assignment is working well or needs improvement. But Ms. Saltbeck is absolutely correct. We don't go and say, hey, you're attending our staff meeting. That is inappropriate for us as governors. We can direct ourselves. Hey, you, shook all of it. You need to come to my meeting. But we cannot direct staff. We can ask Mr. Esslinger, and then I expect he will be compliant, and our new manager will as well.
Very good. The voting procedure, is basically numbering 1 through 8, which committee you want to be on, and then, the people that rank that the highest should get their committee assignments. If they don't, then their next next level, the committee assignment that they prefer second most should be their, assignment. So Joa did help with coming up with a spreadsheet for this. How does that look?
So I sent it over to you, but effectively, what this process is gonna look like, everyone's gonna get a ballot essentially with 8 committees listed on it. The 8 committees proposed here. You're gonna list 1 through 8, 1 being how much you want to work on the committee. 1's your number 1 draft pick. 8 is your number 8 draft pick. I don't want to be on that. And we can even make exceptions to put 9, which means I'm absolutely do not want to be a part of that. You don't like me, that's okay, but effectively, you're gonna list those out. I built a model that'll help me categorize where board members kind of want to be. And then from there, we'll know if we have the 5 or 6, and then we can ask people if they wish to step down or serve on a different committee. And then if not, and they absolutely want to serve on that committee, we have 5 or 6, then the board will vote which 4 that they want on there. So the model's been built out. Essentially, you guys got to fill out a ballot, be asked to potentially leave or move to a different committee or vote on those who are on that committee. And then you guys will also have to, once the committees are established, is my expectation that the committee will vote for the chair of that committee. Is that correct?
The recommendation of this committee to the board.
Yeah.
Is that the committee selects its chair.
So, and that would be the process for you guys. So fill out a ballot, determine who's gonna sit on what board, either by vote or friendly, and then you guys would then pick your chairs. I think that's what's recommended for this procedures process.
What is the land use to be?
So we did a bunch of licenses today. That's an example of land.
I think the review, policy to waive fees, that sort of thing, that you discussed, discussed there as well.
Yeah, our land use fee policy book is about this thick by reviewing a lot of those policies and fixing them fee structure.
The ongoing discussion that we've had about parallel and laterals and that sort of thing could be discussed there as well. That's all.
It's an excellent report, Mr. Roverosa. Thank you very much for presenting it. So again, to broadly review, with a few specific exceptions, but finance being one of them. Oftentimes, committee assignments have been fairly ad hoc. And this is a way to try to formalize the committees to make it easier to refer things to committee and speed up this meeting. That is also referring to them. You can think of some of the things we had extensive discussions about today. The committee would have that extensive discussion and then hopefully present a report that lasts less than 10 minutes to the board and give them the information that the committee believes is necessary to make a good decision. What I would ask for if the recommendations of the committee are agreeable to the board, is for the board to adopt the recommendations of the committee. At some point in time, it will be formalized in policy. It'll be one of the committees that gets that formalized in the policy. But the committee met to distill these items and then to seek the guidance of the rest of the board, whether or not these recommendations are acceptable. Open it to discussion. Hearing none, I will accept the motion to adopt the recommendations of the committee. Motion made. I have a motion by Mr. Sloan to adopt the recommendations of the committee, seconded by Mr. Colquhoun. Discussion. Hearing none, discussion is closed. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? In the present, the ayes have it. The recommendations of the committee are adopted by the board, which gives action items essentially to start implementing this, and I will do so. So that brings us, to our open session legal update, which is just legislative update. Mr. Saltbeck is not here at the moment, so I'm going to table that, which brings us back to items 13 through 16. So, Mr. Colquitt, these were agenda items requested by you. Would you be agreeable to referring those to committee and then having those committees bring back reports on those items? Sure. That is agreeable to Mr. Colquitt. So if there is, there's
None of this is time sensitive, so I mean, just whenever there's time. You know,
no, I appreciate the fact of pushing it forward. If it's whenever there's time, you've done that before. There's never time.
Ask a question, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
When do you anticipate voting during the election process for these?
Prior to the next board meeting.
Okay, perfect.
Mr. President, it's gonna be something that we do completely online. Or we'll just-
Let me come back to that, because let me finish the item in front of us, which is items 13 through 16. So if there is no objection, I will assign items 13 through 16 to committee, once the committees are formed. Hearing no objection, that takes care of items 13 through 16. Open session, legal update. So Ms. Saltnick had to step out. Mr. Lutz, do you have something?
I don't have anything at this time in terms of the legal update. We've been working on just contract review that's been discussed here. And, there are items that's presented by management team. As I indicated, so far my bill hasn't been very large, but I'm enjoying working with everyone. And, anyone else has anything to add? There's been nothing pressing and urgent that I have done that I feel I would need to present to this board, in terms of direction. Mr. Essinger, any thoughts on that?
No, the process in which I'm utilizing and working internally is through a legal research request. We call them LRRs, and Naomi assigns a number to those, and then I assign them to the notes, and then that way we know I can track what he's working on, and it works very well that way. And then when he's closed, we close the LLR, so it works well to track the under 60K contract.
Yeah, I did have some contracts that I sent today for kind of leasing programs for vehicles for him to review. We should probably put that in LRR, but
Yeah, you just gotta get the nail and
But-
that's in.
we're looking into leasing, well, I've been looking into leasing vehicles. They will present to Gary and me tomorrow. I've already had 3 presentations so far. And we'll have you guys an update for that in April.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lutz. Any open session legal update you have, Ms. Saltnick? Hearing none, we have the HR and safety update. Mr. Essinger.
Oh, yeah, we do. Okay. Currently, we have 80 employees, working at the district in various areas across the board. We just hired a senior engineer manager and an equipment operator for north. We're testing for a ditch rider down south and another equipment operator. Just recognizing, a finance buyer, Bobby Alvarez will be retiring at the end of May. He's been with us 36 years.
Wow.
And, we've just posted his position, so we'll be looking for, a buyer to, employ. Buyer 3 means he knows procurement laws, he knows state laws, and familiar with much of what Bobby's been doing for the last 6 years. Again, recognizing years of service, we have 32 employees that have over 10 years of service with EBID and 48 employees 10 years and below. Right now, we have 3 employees out on FMLA, and 2 out with disability on FMLA. And that's it.
Thank you very much.
If there's any questions.
That completes the open session agenda.
Mr. President,
Ms. Saltnick.
can I get clarification? I know Vice President Rubio rules stated about the board packets. Can I
Thank you.
get clarification on that? Because previous board, because of cost and paper and the whole process, asked for electronic version. So the point is to review it ahead of the board meeting. I print these very general, just so you have a quick review. PK had asked me to print for the ones that have a little more trouble electronically, and I don't mind doing that. But it's 121 pages times 9 of you.
Right, so, I appreciate you bringing us back to that. Thank you for bringing it up, Mr. Rosa. So yes, my thought recommendation on that. We received them electronically. To review before the board meeting. I bring it with me electronically. I recognize that is not something that everyone is prepared to do. I also understand the utility of having it in front of you. My first question is, if a board member wishes to have a printed copy in front of them, should it be the responsibility of the board member to print out the pieces they want? Or do we want to have that done by the district?
And I want to clarify, I'm not saying I mind doing, I don't, but I also want you to be aware. You guys are talking about cost of paper, cost of mailing, you know, time that takes, plus time to get it to you ahead of time. So you guys have enough time to review instead of just electronically. Not saying I don't want to do it, I'm just letting
Yes, this is not pushback from staff saying, gosh, dang it, don't make it fun.
And I think when we printed today's, because yesterday there was trouble getting it out, so I said, hell, print it and I'll pick it up, but is that kind of an anomaly though?
So I didn't have an issue with that. I'm not sure where the anomaly broke down.
It's in one of the clouds.
So what happens is we, can put materials into your board book after the agenda is finalized, and it often takes, especially when we're negotiating contracts right up to the last minute. I've actually negotiated contracts the morning of the board meeting to get them finished. They're on the agenda, but we don't have the contract yet. So what happens is she's gotta mail it out by like Wednesday to get it to Hatch and South Valley in time, or it won't show up in time for the following Wednesday. Or we've gotta print it and drive it to you, or you've gotta come pick it up. So to prevent the expense of mailing, the driving, the staff time and all that, we migrated over to Town Cloud, and that gives staff and us internally more time to get the right materials to you. And this month, we just had a huge agenda.
Yeah, and that was the problem. He's talking about the issue with Town Cloud. The problem was not everything was just loading correctly because it was such a big packet. That's never happened before. It's just one of those things.
And so I guess one of the things I would ask, so the town cloud page that has the agenda in the packet, put a link to that on the website. Not only does it improve the accessibility to our board members, it improves the accessibility to the members of the public. There isn't any reason they shouldn't see what's in our packet.
If that's not getting loaded, I'll look into that also. That's really critical.
When I go to the page that has all of the meetings, all the agendas, all the packets, that page has never failed me to download them. I suspect that when we update the packet, because something else has shown up, that it changes the link for sending out a link to just the packet. I suspect that's what broke. That is a guess, because that's not how I access it. I access from the page that just lists them. And then you have the option of like, all I want is the agenda. You can bring it to the agenda to have it, or no, give me all, and 120 pages, we've had them much larger. The largest I've had, I think, was around 500. So that's a ream of paper that we're delivering those. We said it was the phone book in front of our doors when we accessed it. And that was really kind of the beginning of, we need to find a better way. Because we're going to have that. We're going to have the time that usually is the pump in, pump out permits, licenses, because they all come up for renewal in a very similar timeframe. And some of them we have 150 of them to review. Well, that's a lot of it.
I just want to get clarification on what the board would like to make sure I go forward.
Specifically for Naomi, is there anyone asking the district to take care of their printing needs for the packet?
Question, why do we have to print it out? Why can't we just read it online?
Yeah,
I'm missing something.
well, there is something to be said about having it in front of you. So during the meeting, like just now, we are reviewing the committee.
I want
recommendations.
to stop the meeting. Okay.
So you would like staff to present a written copy, a printed copy for you and have it at your place?
Yes, but I'll read it ahead of time online.
And so what I would ask for is if as a board member, you wish to have a printed copy at your seat when you arrive on board day, then please let Naomi know. And she will print only the number of copies that are being requested. I do not need one. And so having her print out 200 pages that I'm just going to discard is unnecessary.
So you're saying day of, right?
Don't mail it to them.
And if that becomes a workload issue, Mr. Ethlinger, if you please get that back to the board so that we can discuss ways to, acceptable use of.
You like that?
Remedy to that. Okay, Naomi, does that?
You're stating you want that as well? The day of?
Naomi, does that address it? If you want the day of, be sure to meet with Naomi and be sure she gets her name on the list for that. All right.
Mr. President,
So,
one last issue I thought board member Rovirosa might bring up, and it doesn't require any formal action, just direction to the manager, business card.
Oh, yeah, I would like business card. I think everybody else should have them as well.
And if possible, I'd like to expedite the two that are going with us for next week.
okay, is there any objection from the board in having the district create business cards for the members of the board of directors?
Can I get clarification on what you want on them, like your cell phone numbers? are
We'll set,
okay?
no, we'll set that up.
What do you?
Yeah, it'll be all the same.
So cheap,
Email.
cheap cards.
A cheap whole package, give it next day.
Maybe that a right single
Apply, the only direction I've heard is go cheap.
Yeah, cheap as hell.
Go big or go
You
home.
wanna pick one? I can
It's
print
just-
you papers. you talk about
Go to
printing.
Washington. I don't know that.
So
March,
it's
but-
inexpensive, but don't
I would
make us
say,
look,
if you look cheap,
yeah, make it look professional.
right,
But
so
we'll
you don't
keep
want
the
to.
same business cards as we have with stuff. We'll keep it all neutral on this end.
So that's it, white with our logo.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, reasonably inexpensive, white with our logo, it doesn't, we don't need to get a graphic designer out.
We got a picture of me that there's mine.
So, on this item, I've asked Mr. Esslinger if he has one, and we have an example of one. I'm just going to show it real quick, make sure that is in keeping with the request to be frugal.
We could save printing costs by leaving off the back side. The back side on this one is really cool. It's something I use, it's something our engineers use, but we could save printing costs. Have the same quality of stock card, but not print on the back side, and that will usually save you money. So that will be the cheaper version.
People don't need the water, but just your name and all that, right?
Yeah. All right. We'll leave that direction has been given. Mr. Esslinger, would you please expedite that for the members of the board of directors that are going to DC next week? And also for the members that are going to DC in
Did we get a second version?
in April? We do not yet have it yet. I'm leaning very hard on Mr. Ludwig to go to DC in April.
Let me know if you can by Friday. That's all.
Thank you very much for bringing that up and solving that. All right, hearing nothing else, I will accept the motion to go in closed session.
Motion so late.
I have a motion by Mr. Sloan, second by Mr. Bishop to go into closed session. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We are in closed session, Mr. Sloan and Mr. Fleishel. Madam Secretary, would you please pause the recording, turn off our microphone camera.
You guys want to take a quick break?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, I got all you guys.
Yeah, sure. I know, I understand.